The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery will please stand for the invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
Father of mercies, may all who gather this day to care for the good gifts you have given us on this earth remember always the love you have for them, the love for each of them. We are, first and foremost, your children. Help us today to remain in your fatherly love, which guides us, corrects us if necessary, so that we may return that love not only to you, but to all whom we encounter today. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes Honorable Eddie Morales of Maverick County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and those in the audience, please join us in our Pledge of Allegiance and to honor our Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Smithy because of important business in the district on a motion by Mr. Darby. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today on first adjournment in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up House Resolution 1296, honoring Mr. Coleman Locke, who was inducted into the American Brahman Breeders Hall of Fame on March 1st, 2023.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1296 by Kitzman, congratulating Coleman Locke on his induction into the American Brahman Breeders Hall of Fame.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker and members, it is my privilege to recognize Coleman Locke for his induction into the American Brahman Breeders Hall of Fame. Mr. Locke is a fifth-generation rancher and president of J.D. Hudgens Incorporated and a partner and manager of the Locke division of J.D. Hudgens Ranch, a family-run operation in Hungerford, Texas, that specializes in an American registered Brahman cattle and has been breeding beef-type Brahman since 1908. Mr. Locke is chair of the Texas Animal Health Commission and honorary director of the Texas and Southwest Cattle Raisers Association, a lifetime member of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and a lifetime director of the American Brahman Breeders Association. He previously served as president of the American Brahman Breeders Association and the Texas Brahman Association, as well as chair of the Texas Beef Council and the Beef Promotion Research Council of Texas. He is indeed deserving of this prestigious honor for his lifetime of achievement. Mr. Locke and his wife are in the gallery, and so let's welcome him to their capital and applaud his accomplishment. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think Mr. Locke would agree that we all need to eat beef. It's what's for dinner. And go have a steak tonight to honor this. But thank y'all for letting me do this, and I move adoption.
Amen. Members, the question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Ashby moves that all members' names be added. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1264.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The motion is adopted. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1264 by Busey, congratulating Denise Marshall of Cedar Park as she celebrates her 9th year of beating stage 4 lung cancer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We have a House District 136 constituent and lung cancer survivor with us today, Denise Marshall. She is up in the gallery. In 2014, Ms. Marshall received the devastating news that she had stage 4 non-small cell lung cancer, one of the deadliest types of cancer. Though she was given less than a 10% chance of living for another year, she greatly surpassed doctors' expectations and has been cancer-free for 9 years. She is an advocate for advancing lung cancer awareness, increased research funding, and expanded screening to all who are considered to be at high risk for developing lung cancer. She even inspired one of our pieces of legislation this session. Ms. Marshall, I want to thank you for joining us today. It's an honor to have you with us, and I want to ask all of my colleagues to help welcome you to your Texas House. Ms. Marshall's up in the gallery right here. Thank you for all your work. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Ms. Howard moves that all members' names be added to the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Members, we're ready to begin the consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside the rail. The following congratulatory resolutions have been withdrawn or previously adopted. The clerk will read the list.
The following congratulatory resolutions have been previously adopted. H.R. 1264 by Busey, H.R. 1296 by Kitzman.
The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR 111 by Flores, Claire Bugan. HR 1207 by Jones of Harris, Parker J. Nickerson. HR 1208 by Longoria, Eric Molina. HR 1213 by Alverson, AADC Deficiency Awareness Day. HR 1214 by Jones of Harris, Joe Ann Johnson. HR 1215 by Morales of Maverick, Blackwell School Day. HR 1218 by Timish, Elijah Schneidman. HR 1220 by Turner, the University of Texas at Arlington Faculty Senate. HR 1221 by Stuckey, Cora Shores. HR 1222 by Canales, Carlos Javier Jasso. HR 1223 by Herrero, Robstown High School Girls Powerlifting Team. HR 1224 by Herrero, Conrad Garcia. HR 1225 by Shine, Jim Unoplus. HR 1228 by Frazier, Dawn Griffin. HR 1229 by Frazier, Joy and Greg Booth. HR 1230 by Frazier, Mary Nell Cummins. HR 1233 by Frazier, Dawn Griffin. HR 1236 by Plisa, Wendy Mullins. HR 1237 by Plisa, Sherry Callahan. HR 1238 by Plisa, Cindy Briones. HR 1239 by Plisa, Jennifer Verdugo. HR 1240 by Plisa, Emily Stube. HR 1241 by Plisa, Tara Hobbs. HR 1242 by Plisa, Rocio Alir. HR 1243 by Plisa, Cambly Fort. HR 1244 by Plisa, Alana Scotlander. HR 1245 by Plisa, Alexandria Daction. HR 1246 by Plisa, Emily Wolves. HR 1247 by Plisa, Karen Sorowick. HR 1248 by Plisa, Sarah Redoran. HR 1249 by Plisa, Emma Luster. HR 1250 by Plisa, Zoya Twall. HR 1251 by Plisa, Courtney Walker. HR 1252 by Plisa, Tina Cohn. HR 1253 by Plisa, Cami Ransom. HR 1254 by Plisa, Laura Louvre. HR 1255 by Plisa, Jessica Williams. HR 1256 by Plisa, Bethany Price. HR 1258 by Plisa, Ashley Hendrickson. HR 1259 by Plisa, Renee Miller. HR 1260 by Lopez of Bear, Dr. Brian Woods. HR 1261 by Murr, Gary Gardner. HR 1262 by Noble, Governor William P. Clements, Jr. Scholars. HR 1265 by Bell of Coffin, Ray Raymond. HR 1270 by Davis, Daniels, Cross Evans, Elks Lodge number 1578. HR 1271 by Lujan, Bailey Braun. HR 1274 by Guerra, Eddie Betancourt. HR 1275 by Jatan, Seven Lakes High School Boys Soccer. HR 1276 by Jatan, Hiral, and Chandres Patel. HR 1277 by Jatan, Celebration of Selfness, Service Day. HR 1270 by Oliverson, Dr. Nicholas Nick Glenesk. HR 1279 by Oliverson, Dr. Catherine Hefner. HR 1280 by Flores, the Alexander Farm. HR 1282 by Hernandez, Angela Gonzalez Meja. HR 1284 by Wu, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Advocacy Day. HR 1285 by Plisa, Davis Elementary. HR 1287 by Vo, Vietnamese American Day. HR 1290 by Holland, Amanda Heater. HR 1291 by Holland, Zarina Hayes. HR 1292 by Holland, Sarah Rowan. HR 1293 by Holland, Erica Flores. HR 1294 by Darby, Bill Waters. HR 1298 by Flores, Tejano Band Tortilla Factory. HR 1299 by Busey, Band of the Hills. HR 1300 by Busey, Children's Medical Center. HR 1301 by Busey, Fred Gramp. HR 1302 by Frazier, Misty Bennett. HR 1303 by Cassell, Honor Aggie Achieve Program. HR 1304 by Shine, Drawn Miller Air Show. HR 1307 by Flores, Miss Rodeo Texas Day. HR 1308 by Ordaz, Anthony C. Salino. HR 1309 by Ordaz, Dr. Ramon C. Benavides. HR 1312 by Cole, Brenda Foster. HR 1313 by Spiller, Lampasas Day. HR 1315 by Spiller, U.S. Army Tank Gunner Angela Cummins.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Members, please take your seats. We are ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HR 1266 by Gonzales of El Paso, Leon Drugan Ivy. HR 1267 by Gonzales of El Paso, Elise John Jacobs Ivy. HR 1268 by Gonzales of El Paso, Jerry Wayne Ivy. HR 1269 by Gonzales of El Paso, Evangelina Vangie Macias. HR 1295 by Darby Molly Sue Walden. H.R. 1310 by Meyer, Tessa Ration Pettigrew. H.R. 1314 by King of Uvalde, Dr. Matthew J. Mann.
All those in favor of the adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted.
Can I run around the corner real fast?
Yes. Members, we're ready to begin consideration of the local consent calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. Please excuse Mr. Herrero because of important business in the district. On a motion of Mr. Longoria. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Harrison because of important business in the district. A motion of Mr. Shatline. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Harris to explain House Bill 120.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a constituent bill. Gina Rice.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 120. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 120 by
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 120. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 120 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Sherman because of important business in the district. On a motion of Ms. Collier, is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain House Bill 328.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homeowners Association.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 328. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 328. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 328 by
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 328. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 328 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 340.
Mr. Speaker, members, the requirement in the Senate.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 340. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 340. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 340 by Thompson of Harris.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 340. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 340 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain House Bill 374.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Runoff election officials.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 374. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 374. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 374.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 374. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 374 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain House Bill 461.
Adoption evaluation.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 461. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 461. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 461 by Smith.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 461. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 461 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Mesa to explain House Bill 483.
Irving Boulevard.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 483. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill. Chair lays out House Bill 483. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 483 by Mesa.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 483. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 483 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain House Bill 525.
Electronic Service.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 525. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 525. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 525 by Vasut.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the amendment.
Move adoption.
Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 525. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 525 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain House Bill 538.
Veterans Highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 538. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 538. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 538 by Bales.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 538. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 538 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain House Bill 539.
Ranch trucks.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 539. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 539. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 539.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 539. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 539 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 751.
Coast Guard
Members,
Life Safety.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 751. Is there objection to the consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 751. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 751.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 751. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 751 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain House Bill 886.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've
House
heard the
Bill-
explanation of House Bill 886. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 886. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 886 by Shaheen.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment. Backup members are waiting on amendment. The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shaheen.
And the chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 886. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 886 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Wally because important business in the district. On motion of Mr. Turner is objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 891.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members,
This
you've
bill
heard the
helps
explanation of House Bill 891. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 891. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 891 by Spiller.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 891. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 891 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 923.
Aaron Michael
Members,
Hicks.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 923. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 923. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 923 by King.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 923. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 923 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 975.
Officer Richard
Members,
Houston,
you've heard the
second in
explanation of
Ohio.
House Bill 975. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. House Bill 975 The clerk will read the bill.
HB 975.
Question occurs on House Bill 975. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 975. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 975 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain House Bill 980.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 980. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 980. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 980.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 980. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 980 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain House Bill 1087.
Reasonable effort.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1087. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1087.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1087. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1087 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 1208.
This allows a child.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1208. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1208. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1208.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1208. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1208 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain House Bill 1217.
Early voting.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1217. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1217. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1217.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1217. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1217 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain House Bill 1305.
Mildred Garrett.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1305. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1305. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1305.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1305. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1305 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain House Bill 1349.
Patty May Sherman.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1349. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1349. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1349.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 1349. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1349 is passed to engrossment. Yeah, we got a little king. Chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw to explain House Bill 1356.
Good morning, members. This is a bill.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1356. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1356. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1356.
Question occurs to passage to engrossment of House Bill 1356. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1356 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain House Bill 1368.
Omar Hussain.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1368. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill. Chair lays out 1368. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1368 by Cunningham.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 1368. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1368 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain House Bill 1466.
Fire alarm
Members, you've
code.
heard the explanation of House Bill 1466. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1466. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1466.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1466. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1466 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain House Bill 1469.
This bill
Members,
is
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1469. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1469. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1469.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1469. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1469 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1474. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain Senate Bill 412.
Rights of pregnant and pregnant
Members, you've
students.
heard the explanation of Senate Bill 412. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 412. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 412 by Paxton.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 412. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 412 is passed to third reading. Representative Guillen moves to lay House Bill 1474 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain House Bill 1695.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1695. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1695. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1695.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1695. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1695 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain House Bill 1723.
Sparky.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1723. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1723. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1723.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 1723. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1723 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain House Bill 1778.
MLS soccer.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1778. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1778. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1778.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 1778. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1778 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 1913.
Mr. Speaker, Sergeant
Members, you've
Barber.
heard the explanation of House Bill 1913. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1913. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1913.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1913. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1913 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson to explain House Bill 1968.
God bless Williamson County.
Members, I don't know how she did that without help. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1968. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1968.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 1968. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1968 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Jones from Dallas to explain House Bill 2053.
License plate.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2053. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2053. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2053.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2053. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2053 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain House Bill 2129.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows mergers.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2129. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2129. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2129.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2129. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2129 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2205, the Senate companion, is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain Senate Bill 957.
Highway 59, Deputy
Members, you've
Sheriff
heard the
Darren
explanation
Almendarez.
of Senate Bill 957. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 957. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 957.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 957. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 957 is passed to third reading. Representative Bowers moves to lay House Bill 2205 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 2232.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2232. Is there objection consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2232. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2232.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2232. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2232 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Speller to explain House Bill 2233.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First
Members,
responders.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2233. Is there objection and consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2233.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2233. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2233 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain House Bill 2290.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Via
Members, you've heard
Metropolitan
the
Transit.
explanation of House Bill 2290. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2290. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2290.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2290. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2290 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain House Bill 2295.
Airplanes.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2295. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2295. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2295.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2295. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2295 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain House Bill 2323.
Texas, our Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2323. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2323. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2323.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2323. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2323 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2331, the Senate companion, is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain Senate Bill 569.
City of Denton, move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 569. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 569. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 569.
The question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 569. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 569 is passed to third reading. Mr. Representative Stuckey moves to lay House Bill 2331 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain House Bill 2335.
Laney Highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2335. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2335. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2335.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2335. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2335 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2363. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain Senate Bill 508.
Naming a highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 508. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 508. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 508.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 508. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 508 is passed to third reading. Mr. Representative Darby moves to lay House Bill 2363 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2364. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain Senate Bill 507.
Naming a highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 507. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 507. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 507.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 507. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 507 is passed to third reading. Representative Darby moves to lay House Bill 2364 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain House Bill 2380.
Bill the first.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2380. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2380. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2380.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2380. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2380 is passed to engrossment.
I'm objecting.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2381. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain Senate Bill 1259.
Bill the second.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1259. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1259. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1259.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1259. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1259 is passed to third reading. Representative Vasut moves to lay House Bill 2381 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2395. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Representative Manuel to explain Senate Bill 806. Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 806. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 806. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 806.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 806. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 806 is passed to third reading. Mr. Manuel moves to lay House Bill 2395 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 2397.
Preserving
Members,
ag
you've heard the
exemptions.
explanation of House Bill 2397. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2397. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2397.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2397. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2397 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2444. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Ms. Timmons to explain Senate Bill 1639.
Save our Swifties.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1639. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1639. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1639.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1639. Is there objection? Senate Bill 13. Chair hears none. The Senate Bill 1639 is passed to third reading. Representative Timmons moves to lay House Bill 2444 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion
Athletic
is
trainers.
adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain House Bill 2495.
Athletic trainers.
Mr. Frank, would you go back and explain the bill? Mr. Frank, would you care to explain the bill? Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2495. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2495. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2495.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2495. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2495 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 2510.
Epstein did not kill
Members,
himself.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2510. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2510. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2510.
Members, the following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the amendment.
Yeah, the CIA killed JFK.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2510 as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2510 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain House Bill 2512.
updating
Members, you've heard the
definitions.
explanation of House Bill 2512. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2512. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2512.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2512. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2512 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Burris to explain House Bill 2590.
Maines Brothers.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2590. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2590. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2590.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2590. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2590 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2649, has been withdrawn by the author. The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain House Bill 2680.
Tatiana Jefferson.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2680. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2680. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2680 by
The
Collier.
question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2680. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2680 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 2698.
National
Members,
Suicide
you've heard the
Prevention Lifeline.
explanation of House Bill 2698. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2698. Clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
2698.
occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2698. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2698 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain
Retired
House
police
Bill
officer, last plate.
2754. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2754. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2754. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2754.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2754. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2754 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain House Bill 2835.
This is for the Ed
Members,
Shipman
you've
Memorial
heard the
Highway.
explanation of House Bill 2835. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2835. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
2835.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2835. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2835 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain House Bill 2867.
Muni.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2867. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2867. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2867.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2867. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2867 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 2876.
AO waves.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2876. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2876. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2876.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2876. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2876 passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain House Bill 2884.
Rental
Members,
agreement
you've heard the
seeking-
explanation of House Bill 2884. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2884. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2884.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2884. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2884 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain House Bill 2900.
Trinity Bay.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2900. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2900. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
2900.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2900. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2900 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Baumgartner to explain House Bill 2954.
I think he meant
Members,
JFK.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2954. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2954. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
2954.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2954. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2954 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain House Bill 2961.
This bill relates to criminal
Members, you've
conspiracy.
heard the explanation of House Bill 2961. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2961. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2961.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2961. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2961 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to fully explain House Bill 2999.
County traffic
Members,
rules.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2999. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2999. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2999.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2999. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2999 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain House Bill 3023.
Hybrid trucks.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3023. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3023.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3023. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3023 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bonin to explain House Bill 3045.
Naming a bridge.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3045. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3045. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3045.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Now road.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3045 as amended. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3045 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain House Bill 3097.
Galveston emergency.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3097. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3097. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question occurs
3097.
on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3097. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3097 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the Please excuse Mr. Martinez Fisher because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Lopez of Bexar County. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain House Bill 3132.
Mr. Speaker,
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3132. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3132. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
3132.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3132. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3132 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 3242, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain House Bill 3252.
Cemetery trust
Members,
funds.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3252. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3252. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3252.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3252. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3252 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain House Bill 3265.
This is for the 99
Members,
and
you've heard the
2000s.
explanation of House Bill 3265. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3265. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3265.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3265. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3265 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain House Bill 3276.
Abby's
Members,
bill.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3276. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3276. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 32.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3276. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3276 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Basut to explain House Bill 3295.
Parks.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3295. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3295. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3295.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3295. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and House Bill 3295 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain House Bill 3333.
Fair.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3333. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3333. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3333.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3333. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3333 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 3362. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain Senate Bill 1852.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1852. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1852. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1852 by
Question
Flores.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1852. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1852 is passed to third reading. Representative Metcalf moves to lay House Bill 3362 on the table subject to call. The chair. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Timmis to explain House Bill 3373.
Protecting small
Members,
farms.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3373. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3373. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3373.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3373. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3373 is passed to is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain House Bill 3446.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3446. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3446. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3446.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3446. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3446 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3451. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain Senate Bill 1527.
This is ominous.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1527. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1527. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1527.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1527. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1527 is passed to third reading. Representative Thompson of Harris moves to lay House Bill 3451 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson to explain House Bill 3484 without help.
God bless Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3484. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. House Bill 3484. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3484.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment House Bill 3484. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3484 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3525. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Ms. Davis of Dallas to explain Senate Bill 1495.
Mr. Speaker, this is about confidentiality.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1495. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1495. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1495.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1495. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1495 is passed to third reading. Representative Davis moves to lay House Bill 3525 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain House Bill 3528.
This bill seeks
Members,
to reduce
you've heard the
wildfire suicide.
explanation of House Bill 3528. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3528. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3528.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3528. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3528 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain House Bill 3558.
Transportation language
Members,
cleanup.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3558. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3558. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
3558.
occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3558. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3558 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3575. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain Senate Bill 1645.
Department of Banking.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1645. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1645 by Parker.
Question
relating to
occurs
hearing-
on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1645. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1645 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lambert moves to lay House Bill 1645 on the table subject to call. Excuse me. Representative Lambert moves to lay House Bill 3575 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3576. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain Senate Bill 1646.
State Trust Company.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1646. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1646. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 16.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1646. On passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1646. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1646 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lambert moves to lay House Bill 3576 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3598. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Lozano to explain Senate Bill 1837.
Thank you, Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1837. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1837. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1837.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1837. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1837 is passed to third reading. Representative Lozano moves to lay House Bill 3598 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain House Bill 3604.
Oysters.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3604. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3604. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3604.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3604. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3604 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain House Bill 3623.
Marshals.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3623. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3623. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 36.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3623. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3623 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Morales to explain House Bill 3639.
Active shooter training.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3639. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3639. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 36.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3639. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3639 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain House Bill 3654.
Thank you. This is for bad
Members,
behavior
you've heard the
schools.
explanation of House Bill 3654. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3654. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 36.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3654. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3654 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Placer to explain House Bill 3670.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Private
Members, you've
activity
heard the
bond.
explanation of House Bill 3670. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3670. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
3670.
occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3670. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3670 is passed to engrossment. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3729. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain Senate Bill 435.
Victims.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 435. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 435. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 435.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 435. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 435 is passed to third reading. Representative Bonin moves to lay House Bill 3729 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain House Bill 3747.
Possession of
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3747. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3747. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 37.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3747. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3747 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain House Bill 3777.
POA election
Members,
integrity.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3777. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3777. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 37.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3777. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3777 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain House Bill 3886.
This is a retirement bill.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3886. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3886. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 38.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3886. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3886 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain House Bill 3917.
Truancy.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3917. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3917. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3917.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3917. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3917 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain House Bill 3946.
Sports season
Members,
ability
you've
bill.
heard the explanation of House Bill 3946. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3946. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3946.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3946. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3946 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kissman to explain House Bill 4012.
Hager.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4012. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4012. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4012.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4012. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4012 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain House Bill 4062.
AV recordings.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4062. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4062. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4062.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4062. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4062 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain House Bill 4077.
Automatic enrollment.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4077. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4077. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4077.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 4077. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4077 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain House Bill 4080.
UTMB.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4080. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4080. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4080.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 4080. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4080 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain House Bill 4084.
Good morning,
Members, you've heard
girls.
the explanation of House Bill 4084. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 484. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4084.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4084. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4084 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain House Bill 4106.
Complaints.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4106. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4106. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4106.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4106. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4106 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 4121.
Sunscreening
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4121. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4121. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4121.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4121. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4121 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 4122.
Motorcycle lanes.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4122. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4122. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4122.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4122. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4122 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 4147.
Mr. Speaker and members, good morning.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4147. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4147. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4147.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4147. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4147 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain House Bill 4214.
Virtual
Members,
hearing.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4214. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4214. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 42.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4214. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4214 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar. Back up, members. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4216. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Morales to explain Senate Bill 2101.
Crime victims notification.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2101. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2101. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 21.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2101. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2101 is passed to third reading. Members, we're waiting on an amendment. Representative Morales of Harris moves to lay House Bill 4216 on the table. Subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain House Bill 4251.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4251. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4251. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4251.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill adopts the language from the Senate. And
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4251 as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4251 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4265. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain Senate Bill 2221.
Sheriff's plates.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2221. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2221. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2221.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2221. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 2221 is passed to third reading. Representative Rainey moves to lay House Bill 4265 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain House Bill 4277.
Notice.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4277. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4277. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4277.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4277. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4277 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez to explain House Bill 4283.
Veterans Bill.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4283. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4283. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 42.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4283. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4283 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain House Bill 4286.
Texas funerals.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4286. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4286. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4286.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4286. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4286 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain House Bill 4316.
Residential service.
Members,
contract.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4316. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4316. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 43.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4316. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4316 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4349. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain Senate Bill 2214.
Comp time for
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2214. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2214. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 22.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2214. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2214 is passed to third reading. Representative Noble moves to lay House Bill 4349 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4382, was recommitted to committee on 5/4/23. The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain House Bill 4389.
Workers' compensation.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4389. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4389. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 43.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4389. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4389 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain House Bill 4507.
This authorizes the building
Members,
of a
you've
Paul
heard
Walker
the
statue on the
explanation of
Capitol
House Bill
grounds.
4507. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4507. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 40.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4507. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4507 is passed to engrossment.
I'll go in this meeting today.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain House Bill 4538.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the
Please,
explanation of House Bill 4538. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4538. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 45.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4538. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4538 is passed to engrossment. Remember, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4569, has been withdrawn by the author. The one before. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to fully explain House Bill 4579.
It's a bill about wage
Members,
payments.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4579. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4579. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 45.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4579. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4579 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain House Bill 4623.
Watermark
Members,
payments.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4623. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4623. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 46.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4623. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4623 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Timmons to explain House Bill 4656.
Help our teachers.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4656. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4656. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4656 by Timmons.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4656. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4656 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain House Bill 4659.
Trying to lower
Members,
water
you've heard the
bills.
explanation of House Bill 4659. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4659. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 46.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4659. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4659 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4711. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain Senate Bill 1914. Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1914. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1914. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1914.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1914. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1914 is passed to third reading. Representative Manuel moves to lay House Bill 4711 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain House Bill 4714.
City of San
Members, you've
Antonio.
heard the explanation of House Bill 4714. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4714. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 47.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4714. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4714 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain House Bill 4742.
Drainage systems.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4742. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4742. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 47.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4742. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4742 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Thury to explain House Bill 4758.
Youth vaping.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4758. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4758. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 47.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4758. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4758 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Diallo to explain House Bill 4882.
This bill helps make our
Members,
schools
you've
safe.
heard the explanation of House Bill 4882. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4882. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 48.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4882. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4882 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain House Bill 4960.
The Denton family.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4960. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4960.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4960. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4960 is passed to engrossment. Without objection, House Bill 5025 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar. The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 5058.
Move smooth.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5058. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5058. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 50.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5058. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5058 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain House Bill 5076.
License plates.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5076. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5076. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 50.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5076. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5076 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5093. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane reluctantly to explain Senate Bill 1985.
TEXAS.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1985. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1985. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1985.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1985. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1985 is passed to third reading. Mr. Kane moves to lay House Bill 5093 on table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain House Bill 5135.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard
can
the
I-
explanation of House Bill 5135. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5135. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 51.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5135. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5135 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain House Bill 5150.
Memorial
Members, you've
Highway.
heard the explanation of House Bill 5150. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5150. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5150.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5150. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5150 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Bernal because of important business on a motion of Mr. Wu. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 5167.
Military kids.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5167. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5167. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 51.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5167. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5167 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Hernandez because of important business on a motion by Representative Turner. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 5180.
Election transparency.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5180. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5180. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5180.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5180. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5180 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Baumgartner to explain House Bill 5260.
Good luck,
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5260. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5260. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5260.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5260. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5260 is passed to engrossment.
I know it.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson, not Mr. Schaefer, to explain House Bill 5309.
Galveston Juvie Board.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5309. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5309. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5309.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5309. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5309 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain House Bill 5319.
Beaumont Jefferson
Members,
County.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5319. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5319. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 53.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5319. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5319 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain House Bill 5328.
Kansas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5328. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5328. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5328.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5328. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5328 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 5342.
Viva Eddie Gracia.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5342. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5342. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5342.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5342. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5342 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain House Bill 5376.
Salon Ranch Mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5367. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5367. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5367.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5367. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5367 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain House Bill 5369. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5369. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5369. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 53.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5369. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5369 is passed to engrossment.
It'll be me and not Caroline.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain House Bill 5370.
Navarre County.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5370. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5370. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 53.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5370. Is there objection to consider, or excuse me, is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5370 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes. Back up, members. Without objection, House Bill 5395 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar. Is that a first bill? Without objection, House Bill 5406 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar.
Passing the bill? No.
Members, we're about to take up HCRs. These will require record votes. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain HCR 77.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HCR 77. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out HCR 77. The clerk will read the bill.
HCR 77 by
Question occurs on passage. The question occurs on adoption of HCR 77. Is there objection? The chair hears none. This is a record vote, members. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 138 ayes, 1 nay, HCR 77 is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain HR 371.
Texas Hill Country.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Resolution 371. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Resolution 371. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 371 by Murr.
The question occurs on adoption of HR 371. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, House Resolution 371 is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain House Resolution 1073.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolution.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Resolution 1073. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Resolution 1073.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, children, House members, honorary mascots.
The clerk will read the bill.
HR 1073 by
Question occurs on adoption of House Resolution 1073. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays. House Resolution 1073 is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain House Resolution 1074.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Resolution 1074. Is there objection to consideration? The chair lays out House Resolution 1074. The clerk will read the bill.
HR 1074 by Metcalf.
Question occurs on adoption of HR 1074. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, House Resolution 1074 is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Timmis to explain Senate Bill 58.
Ban grid spots.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 58. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 58. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 58 by Zafferini.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 58. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 58 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain Senate Bill 281.
Classical
Members,
musician.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 281. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 281. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 281 by
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 281. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 281 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain Senate Bill 415.
Simple country law.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 415. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 415. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 415 by
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 415. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 415 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain Senate Bill 510.
Confidentiality.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 510. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 510. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 510
Question
by
occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 510. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 510 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain Senate Bill 580.
Webb County Colonial
Members,
Bill.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 580. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 580. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 580 by
Question
Zafran.
occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 580. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 580 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain Senate Bill 617.
Border Patrol.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 617. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 617. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 617 by
Question
Blanc.
occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 617. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 617 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain Senate Bill 761.
Photo ID.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 761. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 761. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 761.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 761. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 761 is passed to third reading. Senate Bill 1023 was considered in lieu of its House companion and passed on the May 4th supplemental calendar. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain Senate Bill 1093.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1093. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1093. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1093.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1093. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1093 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain Senate Bill 1158. Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1158. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1158. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1158.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1158. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1158 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain Senate Bill 1249.
Living donor
Members,
education.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1249. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1249. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1249.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1249. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1249 is passed to third reading. Members, Senate Bill 1286 was considered in lieu of its House companion and passed on the May 4th supplemental calendar. Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain Senate Bill 1588.
EMS vehicle drivers.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1588. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1588. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1588.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1588. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1588 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain Senate Bill 1758.
University of Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1758. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1758. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1758.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1758. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1758 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain Senate Bill 1831.
Common sense
Members,
procurement.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1831. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1831. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1831.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1831. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1831 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Dr. Alverson to explain Senate Bill 1991.
North Harris County
Members,
Regional
you've
Water
heard the
Authority.
explanation of Senate Bill 1991. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1991. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1991.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1991. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1991 is passed to third reading. Members, we're moving on to the addendum to the local and consent calendar. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 459. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain Senate Bill 133.
Restraints.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 133. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 133. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 133 by West.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 133. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 133 is passed to third reading. Representative Hull moves to lay on the table House Bill 459. Is there objection? Subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 459 is laid on the table. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain House Bill 2715.
Tracking.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2715. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2715. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 27.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2715. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2715 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain House Bill 3208.
Twiya.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3208. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3208. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3208 by Thompson Brazoria.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson
The chair
Brazoria.
recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the amendment.
Approved amendment.
Members, is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3208 as amended. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3208 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain House Bill 3672.
Deceased peace
Members, you
officer.
have heard the explanation of House Bill 3672. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3672. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3672.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by
The chair
Canales.
recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the amendment.
State highways.
Members, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Is there any objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3672 as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3672 as amended is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain House Bill 3727.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the
Technical
explanation of House Bill 3727. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3727. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 37.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3727. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3727 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain House Bill 4285.
Ban sign
Members, you've heard
regulations
the
without
explanation of House Bill
representation.
4285. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4285. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4285 by Rogers.
The question occurs on passage, the following committee amendment, they're approved by the local consent calendar. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rogers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rogers to explain the amendment.
Ban sign regulations.
Members, you've
without
heard the explanation of the amendment. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4285 as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4285 is passed to engrossment. Members, we're going back to pick up the bills that were deferred to the end of the calendar. The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani on his first bill to explain House Bill 5395.
Good morning. HB 5395 is
Mr.
for the
Speaker.
For what purpose, ma'am?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Doc, would you yield for some questions?
How can I say no?
Excuse me. Let us get.
I yield for questions.
Hang on just a second. Let us get the bill laid out, please. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5395. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5395. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5395.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
will the good doctor yield for some
Would you
questions?
yield, sir?
Yes, I will yield
He
for
will
questions.
gladly yield.
Dr. Lalani, congratulations on your first bill. And is it true that the Speaker has us working on Saturday just so you could pass your first bill before the deadline?
Yes, you can all thank me for Saturday here.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Perez, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Would you
for
yield,
questions?
Dr. Lalani?
I would certainly yield.
He will yield for questions.
Dr. Lalani, you are fortunate enough to be my desk mate. Is that correct?
Yes, the most precious real estate in the House floor is my desk.
Did you pay a lot of money for that? And if so, I want to know how much.
I think it's a good amount of money.
Okay. So tell me, think about this. It's a very important question. Who is the best desk mate on the entire floor?
There are many, but I think the one that makes my desk most precious is the one who's asking me questions now.
Good answer, Dr. Lalani. Great answer. So, do you want to explain to everybody what your profession is?
Yes, I take care of the people.
I'm sorry, did you say you were a medical doctor?
Yes, I am.
And what type of medicine do you practice?
A good type.
Okay, and how long have you been practicing medicine?
About 20 years plus.
So in 20 years that you've been practicing, you still haven't mastered it. Is that correct? You're still practicing?
I have mastered it, and now I'm learning the mastery of doing the legislation.
Okay, well, you just said you were I asked you what type of law you what type of medicine you practiced, and you said you agreed that you were still practicing. And my only question is that if it's taken you 20 years and you're still practicing, how long is it going to take you to get used to what we do here in the House?
The practice makes men perfect.
Okay. So is it true you enjoy cycling?
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah, I saw that in the bio. And, do you know the name that the rest of your desk mates around you, not just myself, but the ones in the back, what nickname they gave you? Do you want to share with the House?
Well, I don't know. Why wouldn't you share?
Okay, we call you Dr. Houdini because every time we look up, you're gone. And I was just kind of curious if you were that guy. You know, people talk all the time about the guy that rides the cycle around the Capitol and plays the guitar. And we just kind of wanted to know if every time you disappeared, is that what you're off doing?
No, I've been doing bicycling. I did 2 MS 150 and I did some rides for Alzheimer's too. But you know, it's an art to be at 2 places at once.
Well, somehow you seem to master that. So congratulations on your first bill and welcome to the Texas House, Desk Mate.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Doctor, would you yield for a question? Mr. Wu, I wouldn't.
Yes.
Mr. Bojani, this is, Mr. Bojani, are you one of the first Muslim Americans elected into the State House?
Mr. Wu, you had a cup of coffee today? This is Representative Lalani.
I've actually had many cups of coffee. You're not Mr. Bojani?
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Lalani, do you understand that this entire session so far, no one else has accidentally called you by the wrong name? Do you realize that?
There happens sometimes.
Yeah. Do you understand that when I was first elected, I was called Representative Vo for the first 3 sessions?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And even one time, it might have actually been Chair Guerin who called me, recognized me as Representative Chen Button. Did you know that?
I would never embarrass Miss Button.
I know now.
Do you understand the patent unfairness of you and Mr. Bojani being correctly recognized for your entire first year?
Thank you. I'm glad for that.
Dr. Lalani, it has been a pleasure to work with you this session, and I look forward to hopefully being out of this body later on after the session, and let's go have some dinner and celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the House.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rosenthal, for
Does
what
the
purpose?
gentleman yield for
Would you
questions?
yield, Doctor?
Yes, I would yield for questions.
Yield for questions.
Dr. Leilani, can you tell us a little bit about your medical field of specialization?
Well, I have quadruple board certification, but I do practice geriatrics with interest in Alzheimer's.
So, mostly who are your patients? What group do you normally administer to?
The mature people.
I see. So, do you find any of those people in this body?
Yes, and I do preventive care also, so people are welcome to come. You don't have to wait till you are sick.
No, I actually appreciate your thoughtful and sober approach. Welcome to the Texas House. You're a great
addition.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you much.
Will the gentleman Shaw, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Would you yield, Dr. Lalani?
Yield for questions.
He'll yield for questions.
Dr. Lalani, we know from the very beginning of session that both you and Bojani were elected as the first Muslims to the Texas House, correct?
Yes.
We know that Rep. Bojani's superpower is selfies. What is yours?
Getting into those selfies.
Getting into them. I think we all know that you have more hidden superpowers, and we're looking forward to discovering what those are.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's an honor to serve with both of you. Thank you for diversifying the Texas House.
Thank you. It's been an honor and a proud moment. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5395. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5395 is passed to engrossment.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. King is doing that one?
Good job, sir.
Good doctor. Would you get okay, I'm so sorry. Way to go, Sheldon.
Congratulations.
Hey, Doc. Congratulations. You ready?
Yep.
Ms. Winger's bill came out of our committee, though, this week, and she has to put it out.
What's it about?
Her request was not just put it down. I told her I would do that until this guy behind me said, put it down to us.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain House Bill 5025.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5025 relates to the
Members,
Hayes
you've
Trinity
heard the
Groundwater
explanation of
Conservation
House Bill
District.
Mr. Speaker.
I move passage.
Mr. Tenderholt, for what
I
reason?
intend to speak 10 minutes on this bill.
I understand that, Mr. Tenderholt. Do you mind if we lay the bill out first?
No, sir.
Thank you. Is there objection to consideration of House Bill 5025? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5025. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5025 by Zwiener relating to the Hayes.
It's the chair's understanding that Mr. Tenderholt wishes to speak for 10 minutes on the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Tenderholt. The chair recognizes Mr. Tenderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill about the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. I have some concerns about what exactly we're doing here. According to the analysis of the bill, these water conservation districts are created to protect water wells and groundwater in western Hayes County. I think we can all agree that clean, safe drinking water is something that all Texans should enjoy. And so while this bill might be a bill for a specific area, ensuring quality is something that every member in this chamber should take interest in. This bill also has to do with elections, specifically the elections of members of this given board, which are in single-member districts. Right now, Texas law requires that new district board directors be elected from each district when redistricting occurs. This bill attempts to allow a current director of the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District to serve the remainder of their elected or appointed term, even if the district's boundary changes exclude their place of residence. Think about that, members. If someone moves after they're elected and they move to a new area, they no longer live where the people that they're representing live. That's concerning to me because I don't think we should be subverting the rules around how this board has operated in the past. And presumably, if a member has been drawn out of their district, there's a chance that some of the people who voted for them will no longer be their constituents, while some folks who voted in a different race for a different person will have someone representing them who never even ran for office in that prior district. This is a change. It's different. It is not the norm. I'm struggling to see why we want to subvert the normal process and circumvent redistricting just upon this premise. CSHB 5025 amends the Special District Local Laws Code to revise provisions relating to the establishment of terms of offices for the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District Board of Directors. when the boundaries of the single-member districts are changed in the following ways. First, it removes the provision requiring, after the boundary change, for a new director to be elected from each district, and requiring directors to draw lots to determine which directors serve one-year terms and two-year terms. Secondly, this bill entitles a director in office on the effective date of the change, or elected or appointed before that date, to serve the term or the remainder of the term in the single-member district to which the director was elected or appointed, even though the change in boundaries places the director's residence outside the single-member district for which the district was duly appointed or elected. This bill takes authority away from Hays County Commissioners Court to appoint a director to fill the vacancy on the district board and serve the remainder of the given term. I think having the commissioners involved would provide a better check and balance when this board is transitioning authority over than ignoring the new boundaries. If the commissioners are appointing someone to fill in the gap, those people have accountability to all of the citizens in the area and can ensure that there's true transparency
Mr. Speaker.
as new boundaries.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Mr. Tenderholt, would you yield to Ms. Goodwin for some questions?
If I finish with my layout, I will at the end.
Not at this time, Ms. Goodwin.
Next, I want to discuss the differences between the committee substitute and the bill as introduced. The substitute adds a couple of new provisions that weren't contemplated in the original bill. The committee subs add the provisions of establishing the bill's applicability to a change in the boundaries of these single-member districts that is made on or after the bill's effective date, which is currently September 1. Then, the committee sub also adds standard provisions establishing compliance with the required publication of the legal notice of the intention to introduce the bill. The related notice and recommendations required of the applicable agencies, officials, and entities, and the fulfillment and accomplishment of all applicable requirements of state law and legislative rules and procedures. Now, when this bill was up in committee, only one person testified for the bill, but several registered support, including a member of the Sierra Club. I want to ensure that members today are aware of who the Sierra Club is. They're an overwhelmingly left-wing environmental group, which, according to their website, exists to explore, enjoy, and protect the wild places of the earth. To practice...
Mr. Tenderholt, would you please confine your remarks to the bill about not some outside organization?
Correct, Mr. Speaker, but these people are involved in the bill. Otherwise, I promise I would not.
Mr. Tenderholt, they are involved with the bill. They've dropped a card on the bill, but would you confine your remarks to the bill, not to the organizations that might be opposed to it?
Sure. I'd also like to draw members' attention to exactly what the groundwater conservation districts, including the one in this bill, do. The Water Development Board is charged with the approval of groundwater management plans. All confirmed groundwater conservation districts in Texas are required to develop and implement a management plan for the effective management of their groundwater resources. Part of what the Hays Trinity Groundwater Conservation District does is properly manage the water in their jurisdiction. Municipal water conservation efforts in Texas have been motivated by diverse goals, such as preventing land subsidies, addressing short or long-term water shortages and providing environmental protection, and avoiding or postponing the high costs of new water system improvements. Water conservation programs across the state, experience has been gained in this effective delivery of programs and lessons learned in actual conservation efforts. Industrial water users have also made advances in water use efficiency over the past several decades, inspired by increasing costs of resources, such as the water itself, energy needed to pump, treat, and heat water in industrial processes, and the challenge of drought. Many Texas businesses have developed or adopted techniques to lower water usage. Agricultural growers using groundwater from the aquifer have pioneered water efficiency in agricultural irrigation in the Texas Panhandle region. As early as the 70s, low-pressure, center-pivot irrigation systems were reducing water use by 30 to 50% from existing irrigation methods. Since then, irrigation efficiency has increased both in the sophistication of low-pressure irrigation methods, as well as increased efficiency in other irrigation and water management methods in agricultural production. While there are a number...
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Mr. Tenderholt, would you yield?
I am not finished yet.
Not at this time.
While there are a number of successful conservation efforts in Texas, there is an opportunity for a more comprehensive effort by all water use sectors in the state. It's important to gather information about the elements of successful conservation programs, good cost estimates.
Debate has exceeded 10 minutes pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14. The bill is withdrawn from the calendar and returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain House Bill 5406.
Water is life.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5406. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5406. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5406 by Rogers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tenderholt in opposition to House Bill 5406.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have concerns about HB 5406, even though this bill was set for local and consent today. I've heard from several constituents over the last 36 hours about the author's district in this bill.
Mr. Holland, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Tenderholt?
Not at this time, sir.
Not at this time, Mr. Holland.
This bill creates a new municipal utility district known as the Cross Timbers Regional Utility Authority, a conservation and reclamation district that is initially composed of all of the territory contained in Palo Pinto County, Parker County, and Stevens County. This bill sets out findings of benefit and public purpose regarding the authority, but it also grants this new district the ability to use eminent domain. One thing that is unique about this MUD is the composition of its board, which I believe is the reason that I had 7 phone calls about this bill. The City of Mineral Wells is granted the ability to appoint 2 of its 7 directors of the newly created Regional Utility Authority, whereas all of the other directors are appointed by the commissioner courts in their respective counties. This is particularly troublesome, considering the rampant corruption currently being alleged in a $103 million lawsuit against the city of Mineral Wells for potential misuse of the governor's enterprise fund. Case number CV 21-0594. So normally, these districts don't have city officials that are appointed. It's county commissioners. This one has city officials being appointed to it while they're in the middle of a lawsuit with the governor's enterprise fund for $130 million. One of the claims involves misuse of the Texas Capital Fund and the Texas Enterprise Fund by the city of Mineral Wells by commingling these funds with nonprofit entities such as the Mineral Wells Industrial Foundation. It was odd to me that folks from the city of Mineral Wells would have been added onto a board that is otherwise composed of county commissioners. I'd think we'd at least wait for that case to be fully worked out before we involve parties of interest in this new board of directors. Several of the author's constituents have expressed concern to my staff and I about transparency around this project. According to his constituents, there have been no town halls that they were made aware of to discuss this new district. The residents of the three counties, Stevens, Palo Pinto, and Parker, know virtually nothing about the impending creation of a regional utility authority. I think we understand the need from time to time for these municipal utility districts to provide water and infrastructure to new developments. Texas first recognized that need in 1904 when it adopted Article 3, Section 52 of the Texas Constitution, authorizing the Texas legislature to pass laws permitting special districts. After struggling with the limits on indebtedness and other shortcomings, the 1904 amendment, Texas adopted Article 16, Section 59 of the Texas Constitution in 1917, allowing these water districts to operate with unlimited tax authority and bond indebtedness, which can create some issues, specifically if you're a conservative such as I and many people in this room. This bill follows in that pattern, since I don't see any limitations in this bill on this new MUD's ability to issue bonds and leave locals holding that bill. Since 1917, the legislature has authorized numerous types of special districts. Water districts were initially used to develop the state's agricultural lands and later to service small communities. After use of these water districts began to increase, we adopted Chapter 54 of the Water Code to standardize how we put these districts together. It's worth going through some more of the details on exactly what this bill can do. CSHB 5406 does grant the authority the powers of a municipal utility district, including those conferred by special provisions, including the Regional Waste Disposal Act. The bill authorizes the authority to do several things. I would be able to operate, control, purchase, construct, lease, or acquire inside or outside authority boundaries, property, works, facilities, or improvements, whether previously existing or to be made, constructed, or acquired, that the board says they believe necessary to carry out the authority's powers. Now, with the allegations that we currently have against the city of Mineral Wells, I really do think it would be wise for us wise for us as members to step back and decide if we really think these local officials are the best people to handle this level of authority. And that's not all. The bill also gives the district the ability to acquire, develop, and use rights to groundwater or surface water. Again, with the massive authority to issue bonds that these individuals have and the allegations that have been made, that may not be the best idea. Again, $130 million from the enterprise fund. Allegations only at this point, but I would hope that this type of a bill would be held until that investigation is complete. CSHB 5406 authorizes the authority for purposes of carrying out an authority, power or purpose, and in an applicable manner to exercise the power of eminent domain to acquire land. Many of you know what eminent domain is. I'd like to discuss something I think was a little sneaky on this bill. Our Constitution requires that a bill grants eminent domain receive 2/3 of the vote. The thinking behind this is that this body should be fully on board after carefully considering the bill if we're going to give a governmental entity that type of power. But by putting this bill on local and consent, we essentially guarantee that this bill will meet that 2/3 threshold without any real consideration by the body. At the very least, this bill deserves our true consideration and should be on the general calendar for discussion, specifically in discussions with the pending lawsuit and adding people that are not normally added. Let's talk a moment about eminent domain. Eminent domain is the power of the government to take private property for public use. We all know that it's oftentimes used for the public good. This power is enshrined in the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which requires that just compensation be paid to the property owner. While eminent domain is an important tool for the government to promote public welfare, such as building roads, schools, and hospitals, it also poses significant risks to individual property rights. One of the most pressing problems with eminent domain powers that this bill covers is the potential for abuse.
Debate has exceeded 10 minutes pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14. The bill is withdrawn from the calendar and returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. Mr. Guillen, would you come to the front, please? Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1527 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Davis, Hunter, Moody, Leach.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, we're about to adjourn for about 20 minutes. Representative Harris moves that the House stand adjourned until 12:05 p.m. today. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands adjourned until 12:05 today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Representative Harris moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. It is so ordered. Representative Harris moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Representative Harris moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion prevails. Please excuse Mr. Frazier to attend a funeral on motion of Mr. Kemple. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading and passage House Bill 120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 120 by Morales of Harris, relating to terms and conditions of a standard possession order in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
The chair recognizes Representative Morales of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is in regards to child custody.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 0 nays, the House Bill 120 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on House Bill 120. The clerk will read the bills.
HB 328 by Cortez, HB 340 by Thompson of Harris, HB 374 by Busey, HB 461 by Smith, HB 483 by Meza, HB 525 by Basu, HB 538 by Bales, HB 539 by Bales, HB 751 by Dean, HB 886 by Shaheen, HB 891 by Spiller, HB 923 by Kane, HB 975 by Niavi Criado, HB 980 by Cook, HB 1087 by Hull, HB 1208 by Guillen, HB 1217 by Swanson, HB 1305 by Hefner, HB 1349 by Sherman, HB 1356 by Morales Shaw, HB 1368 by Cunningham, HB 1466 by Clardy, HB 1469 by Capriglione, SB 412 by Paxton, HB 1695 by Jones of Harris, HB 1723 by Raymond, HB 1778 by Hinojosa, HB 1913 by Speller, HB 1968 by Harris Williamson, HB 2053 by Jones of Dallas, HB 2129 by Burns, SB 957 by Alvarado, HB 2232 by Speller, HB 2233 by Speller, HB 2290 by Cortez, HB 2295 by Hefner, HB 2323 by Hayes, SB 569 by Springer, HB 2335 by King of Hemphill, SB 508 by Perry, SB 507 by Perry, HB 2380 by Vasu, SB 1259 by Creighton, SB 806 by Paxton, HB 2387 by Guillen, SB 1639 by Zaffarini, HB 2495 by Price, HB 2510 by Kane, HB 2512 by Morrison, HB 2590 by Burrows, HB 2680 by Collier, HB 2698 by Guillen, HB 2754 by Bell Montgomery, HB 2835 by Burns, HB 2867 by Howard, HB 2876 by Kane, HB 2884 by Lujan, HB 2900 by Leo Wilson, HB 2954 by Baumgartner, HB 2961 by Cook, HB 2999 by Goldman, HB 3023 by Lopez of Cameron, HB 3045 by Bonin, HB 3097 by Leo Wilson, HB 3132 by Guerra, HB 3252 by Meza, HB 3265 by Manuel, HB 3276 by Gonzalez of Dallas, HB 3295 by Vasu, HB 3333 by Paul, SB 1852 by Flores, HB 3373 by Temish, HB 3446 by Dutton, SB 1527 by Huffman, HB 3484 by Harris Williamson, SB 1495 by Johnson, HB 3528 by Campos, HB 3558 by Perez, SB 1645 by Parker, SB 1646 by Parker, SB 1837 by Hinojosa, HB 3604 by Vasu, HB 3623 by Hefner, HB 3639 by Morales Viveros, HB 3654 by Davis, HB 3670 by Plisa, SB 435 by Middleton, HB 3747 by Goldman, HB 3777 by Deton, HB 3886 by Bowe, HB 3917 by Buckley, HB 3946 by Clardy, HB 4012 by Kitzman, HB 4062 by Harris Vanderson, HB 4077 by Noble, HB 4080 by Leo Wilson, HB 4084 by Frazier, HB 4106 by Dean, HB 4121 by Guillen, HB 4122 by Guillen, HB 4147 by Thompson of Harris, HB 4214 by Isaac, SB 2101 by Miles, HB 4251 by Cook, SB 2221 by Schwertner, HB 4277 by Longoria, HB 4283 by Lopez of Bear, HB 4286 by Jones of Dallas, HB 4316 by Goldman, SB 2214 by Blanco, HB 4389 by Cole, HB 4507 by Moody, HB 4538 by Cassell, HB 4579 by Wally, HB 4623 by Goldman, HB 4656 by Temish, HB 4659 by Schofield, SB 1914 by Creighton, HB 4714 by Cortez, HB 4742 by Lopez of Cameron, HB 4758 by Theory, HB 4082 by De Ayala, HB 4960 by Patterson, HB 5058 by Kane, HB 5076 by Vasu, SB 1985 by Hughes, HB 5135 by Cassell, HB 5150 by Bales, HB 5167 by Wilson, HB 5180 by Wilson, HB 5260 by Baumgartner, HB 5309 by Leo Wilson, HB 5319 by Manuel, HB 5328 by Hunter, HB 5342 by Guillen, HB 5367 by Buckley, HB 5369 by Gerdes, HB 5370 by Harris Vanderson, SB 58 by Zaffarini, SB 281 by Zaffarini, SB 415 by Paxton, SB 510 by Perry, SB 580 by Zaffarini, SB 617 by Blanco, SB 761 by Hughes, SB 1093 by Schwertner, SB 1249 by Hancock, SB 1286 by Schwertner, SB 1588 by Blanco, SB 1758 by Schwertner, SB 1831 by Hinojosa, SB 1991 by Betancourt, SB 1158, SB 133 by West, HB 2715 by Hull, HB 3208 by Thompson Brazoria, HB 3672 by Canales, HB 3727 by Anderson, HB 4285 by Rogers, HB 5395 by Lalani.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declared those bills that were just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Lopez of Cameron because of important business in the district on the motion of Ms. Isaac. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral to committee. Without objection, the clerk will read the Senate bills and resolutions by bill number and author only. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Clerk will read the bills.
SB 2627 by Schwertner to State Affairs. SJR 93 by Schwertner to State Affairs.
Is Mr. Harris on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I move to set a local consent resolutions calendar for 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Sorry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on State Affairs on a public hearing on Wednesday, May 10th at 8 a.m. in room JHR 140 to consider SB 2627 by Schwertner relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities. SJR 93 by Schwertner, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund and the authorization of other funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of electric generating facilities.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the first of our end of session deadlines kick in next week. We will be spending more time on the floor. The deadline to pass House bills and joint resolutions on second reading is Thursday at midnight. For planning purposes, we will convene at 10 a.m. on Monday, 9 a.m. on Tuesday, 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 10 a.m. on Thursday, and 9 a.m. on Friday.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to order the report of the Committee on General Investigating filed with the Speaker and the Chief Clerk today to be printed.
Members, have you heard the motion? Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, please take your seats. Mr. Murr is going to address the body. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to address the House.
Mr. Speaker and members, as chair of the Committee on General Investigating, I wish to make the following statement to the House. Under Rule 15 of the House Rules and Article 9 of the Housekeeping Resolution, the Committee on General Investigating has spent the last month using the authority this body has granted to us to investigate allegations involving Representative Bryan Slaton. As required by the House Rules and the Housekeeping Resolution that this chamber adopted in January, the committee, upon receiving allegations made by 3 separate complainants in early April, promptly retained the services of former Judge Catherine Evans to conduct an independent investigation into the matter. Judge Evans conducted this detailed investigation quickly and professionally, interviewing all complainants and cooperating witnesses, and assembling documents and other evidence. On Monday, May 1, Judge Evans submitted her report to the committee. And later that day, the committee reviewed this report and unanimously found reasonable cause to believe that inappropriate workplace conduct involving a violation of rule or policy existed, and ordered that a due process hearing, as required by the committee rules, be held with Representative Slaton on Thursday, May 4. We conducted the hearing and afforded Representative Slaton his opportunity to provide the committee with any exculpatory evidence and information, including arguments of counsel that he and his attorney deemed appropriate. Following the hearing, the committee prepared the committee's report using the findings and facts presented by Judge Evans' investigation. Those facts and findings are undisputed and uncontroverted and are supported by independent and credible evidence. This morning, the committee unanimously adopted the committee report, which in accordance with the committee rules contains findings of fact and conclusions of law, and a recommendation for discipline. Also this morning, I have requested that our committee report be printed and distributed to the members of this body. I would like to thank Judge Evans for her thorough investigation and diligence in preparing and submitting her report to our committee. I would like to thank my fellow committee members, Vice Chair Johnson, Speaker Guerin, Representatives Longoria and Spiller, for their very deliberative efforts throughout this serious investigation. Our committee treats every complaint with the seriousness it deserves, and we have been and will continue to be dedicated to ensuring a fair and credible process. A copy of the committee's report will be distributed to you in moments, and it will be posted online on the committee's website later today. To summarize the committee report, we find that Representative Slaton has engaged in inappropriate sexual conduct with a subordinate. That behavior was induced by alcohol that Representative Slaton provided to that 19-year-old subordinate. Representative Slaton then acted systematically to influence that subordinate and multiple witnesses and obstruct the investigation into the matter to the detriment of both our chamber and those who work here. As you will read shortly, this committee unanimously recommends that the House discipline Representative Slaton by expelling him from a member of this body. The expulsion of a fellow member is a level of punishment we don't take lightly. It is not meant to punish the member. Rather, it is intended to protect the integrity and dignity of this legislative body and to provide accountability to everyone that works and serves in this building. The terms duty and trust, integrity, and institutional acceptance to the people have utmost importance in our recommendation for expulsion. At the conclusion of my statement today, the resolution to impose the recommended discipline against Representative Slayton will be filed with the Chief Clerk. And on Tuesday, May 9th, it is my intention to call up that privileged resolution for consideration before the House. Though the committee's investigation has concluded, proceedings are still ongoing and will ultimately be up to the members of this chamber. Out of respect for the process and those involved, this statement will serve as our committee's only public comment on the matter for the time being. With a heavy heart, but an obligation to do what is appropriate to best protect this institution, I thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Without objection, Mr. Murray's comments will be reduced to writing and placed in the journal. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Members of the House will stand at ease. Members, we're about to begin today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. Mr. Metcalf. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1866. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1866 by Nichols, relating to the use of customer-sided distributed generation facilities owned by certain non-ERCOT electric utilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1866 allows a utility outside of ERCOT and within the Southeastern Electric Reliability Council to own and operate natural gas backup generation on a host of customer sites. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1866. If there's a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1866 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4091. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4091 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to a request for admission to a specialty inpatient stabilization treatment program by the Department of Family and Protective Services of certain minors in the managing conservatorship of the department.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
This is the bill we voted yesterday that is a program authorized for UT Health and the Department of Family and Protective Services, extending stabilization of mental health for youth. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4091. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes, 41 nays. HB 4091 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2794. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2794 by Lujan, relating to the appointment of a guardian ad litem in certain suits filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill keeps families together and Texas children out of foster care. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2794. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 16 nays. HB 2794 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5066. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5066 by Guerin, relating to electricity service in areas of the state with a need for transmission projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this relates to criteria for determining electric need in certain transmission projects. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 5066. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 135 ayes and 0 nays. HB 5066 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 102. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 102 by Thompson of Harris, relating to the recovery of exemplary damages based on a compensable death under the Texas Workers' Compensation Act.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, before you vote, I want to tell you what this bill does. Persons who die without a spouse or children can have as their heirs at law adopted children of their parents. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 102. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 134 ayes, 0 nays. HB 102 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1003. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1003 by Shaheen, relating to ineligibility to serve as a poll watcher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1003 seeks to make an individual ineligible to serve as an election poll watcher if the individual has been convicted of a first or second degree felony. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1003. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 47 nays. HB 1003 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4416. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4416 by Goldman, relating to the regulation of auctioneering by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, authorizing an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This deals with auctioneers and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage. HB 4416 is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 1 nay, HB 4416 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4337. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4337 by Canales relating to licenses and similar documents issued by certain foreign governments.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 4337 will clearly define both Mexican and Canadian CDLs as a government record and will assist Texas peace officers in filing the appropriate charge of tampering with the governmental record for falsified documents. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4337. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Cook voting aye. Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes and 0 nays. HB 4337 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4856. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4856 by Darby relating to the jurisdiction of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality over certain recharge injection wells.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply relates to the TCEQ regulating produced water. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4856. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Darby voting aye. Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 1 nay. HB 4856 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2951. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2951 by Buckley relating to the establishment of a service dog pilot program for certain veterans.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2951 creates a high-quality, highly trained service dog program for Texas veterans. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2951. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2951 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2767. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2767 by Click relating to the sharing of controlled substance prescription monitoring information between the Texas Board of Pharmacy and the Health and Human Services Commission for the state Medicaid program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, this bill allows Medicaid to access the PMP to complete required reports. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2767. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Click voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 1 nay. HB 2767 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1301. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1301 by Guerin relating to the duty of an appraisal review board to determine a motion or protest filed by a property owner and the right of the owner to appeal the board's determination.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 1301 makes certain property owners timely file a protest is entitled to appeal with the district court. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1301. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Guerin voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes, 0 nays. HB 1301 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1152. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1152 by Bowe relating to licensing of certain veterans by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement and the hiring of those veterans by political subdivisions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is Representative Bowe's bill to allow veterans who have served our country honorably and are currently lawful permanent residents the opportunity to continue their service as peace officers. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1152. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 133 ayes, 1 nay. HB 1152 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 351. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 351 by Bell Montgomery relating to the provision of workers' compensation insurance and group accident and health insurance together in a packaged plan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the bill.
This is a workers' comp and health insurance bill which allows for packaged pricing.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the amendment.
Amendment just makes certain that both packages stay independent, that the insurance provided by the comp package and the health insurance, that neither breaks the other package, it just provides a consumer benefit when available. Move passage.
Mr. Bella Montgomery summed up the amendment. The amendment is accepted by the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell to close on the bill.
Come on, Cecil.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 351. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. So Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There There being 89 ayes, 49 nays, HB 351 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1740. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1740 by Leach relating to the issuance of state parklands passports to and a waiver of certain state park fees for certain veterans, active duty armed force members, and certain family members of a person who died while serving in the United States Armed Forces.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will give our heroic veterans free access to our state parks. I want to thank my constituent and friend and veteran Matt Foster for this idea. And with that, members, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1740. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 134 ayes, 2 nays. HB 1740 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1857. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1857 by Guillen relating to the certificate of medical examination for chemical dependency and the duration of court-ordered treatment for a person with chemical dependency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Anel Borrego Act, which sets a minimum duration of days for individuals undergoing court-ordered drug treatment programs. Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 1857. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 114 ayes and 23 nays. HB 1857 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1916. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1916 by Holland relating to approval of subdivision plats, improvement projects in certain special districts by certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1916 requires certain districts and certain counties to obtain county approval for projects financed by ad valorem taxes. Move passage. I'd like to thank Representative Bell for working with me on this.
The question occurs on the final pass of HB 1916. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 138 ayes, 0 nays. HB 1916 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1956. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1956 by Guerin relating to the award of attorney's fees to a prevailing property owner in a judicial appeal of certain ad valorem tax determinations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1956 allows your constituents to be awarded their attorney's fees in certain ad valorem tax determinations. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1956. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes, 1 nay. HB 1956 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2084. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2084 by Landgraf relating to the punishment for the criminal offense of racing on a highway, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill increases the penalty for fatalities caused by street racing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2084. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 132 ayes, 6 nays. HB 2084 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2262. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2262 by Darby relating to gas utility alternative gas expenses and infrastructure investments.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply allows alternative gas to be used in local distributing companies' pipelines. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2262. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 138 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2262 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2402. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2402 by Moody relating to the eligibility of certain at-risk developments to receive low-income housing tax credits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2402 until Monday at 10 a.m.
Members of the motion to objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2493. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2493 by Capriglione relating to maintenance and production of electronic public information under the Public Information Law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2493 makes clear that if government information is maintained in a searchable, sortable format, it needs to be provided in that format in a public information request. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2493. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2493 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3033. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3033 by Landgraf relating to the public information law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill increases in various ways transparency through the Public Information Act. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3033. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 1 nay, HB 3033 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2956. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2956 by Shine relating to municipal annexation of an area adjacent to or connecting railroad right-of-ways.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, bill allows voluntary annexation on railroad right-of-way. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2956. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shine voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes, 30 nays, HB 2956 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2879. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2879 by Oliverson relating to venue and certain actions involving a contract for an improvement to real property.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that allows Texas contractors on Texas construction projects having issues with their employers to be heard in Texas courts instead of having to travel elsewhere. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2879. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 8 nays, HB 2879 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3046. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3046 by Cassell relating to the omission of a deceased candidate from the ballot in certain elections.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply allows certain populations to remove deceased candidates from the ballot. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3046. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cassell voting aye. Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 4 nays, HB 3046 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3104. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3104 by Anderson relating to the temporary exemption of certain tangible personal property related to certain connected data center projects from sales and use taxes.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3104 modernizes existing programs for large data centers to enhance cybersecurity and resiliency. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3104. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 23 nays, HB 3104 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3374. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3374 by Button relating to the definition of qualified employee for purposes of the Enterprise Zone program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3374 provides a temporary waiver of the on-site employee requirement for project with a designation period that includes a COVID-19 relief period so the employers are not penalized for complying with the pandemic orders. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3374. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 10 nays, HB 3374 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4185. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4185 by Bales relating to a pilot program to award grants for personalized treatment protocols for veterans diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bells to explain the bill.
Pilot program to help our veterans. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4184. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bells voting aye. Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. HB 4185 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 233 by Murr relating to in-service training on identifying abuse, neglect, and illegal, unprofessional, and unethical conduct in certain healthcare facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, member, this bill reduces continuous yearly in-service training for staff from 8 hours to 4 hours. We previously passed this House chamber last session. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 233. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Murr voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays. HB 233 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1654. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1654 by Cook relating to the eligibility of a child for a determinate sentence for engaging in delinquent conduct that constitutes certain organized criminal activity.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 1654 gives prosecutors the option to seek a determinate sentence in juvenile cases. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1654. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 52 nays, HB 1654 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 77. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 77 by Niave Criado relating to status offenses committed by a child, including the repeal of the status offense of a child voluntarily running away from home.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a legislation, members, which repeals the status offense of running away so that we're not criminalizing youth and instead getting them community-based services rather than entering the criminal justice system. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 77. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 38 nays. HB 77 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1649. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1649 by Button relating to health benefit coverage for certain fertility preservation services under certain health benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1649 will allow cancer patients to rest in the knowledge that even though their diagnosis is life-altering, but it will not prevent them from pursuing the life they've been dreaming of prior to the cancer diagnosis. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1649. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 104 ayes, 31 nays. HB 1649 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3981. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3981 by Paul relating to the designation of certain fire marshals and related officers, inspectors, and investigators as peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is just cleaning up some language from previous legislation. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3981. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. There being 131 ayes, 4 nays. HB 3981 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1926. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1926 by Hull relating to the expiration date and funding of the Supplemental Special Education Services Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill repeals the expiration of the Supplemental Special Education Services Program. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1926. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 86 ayes, 51 nays. HB 1926 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4702. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4702 by Campos relating to peer support specialists for certain individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability and peer services for those individuals under Medicaid.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes a stakeholder work group to assist in the implementation of peer support services for and by people with IDD. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4702. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 45 nays. HB 4702 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4477. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4477 by Landgraf relating to the scheduling of University Interscholastic League competitions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill repeals outdated sections of code to allow for more flexibility in UIL scheduling. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4477. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 34 nays. HB 4477 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3501. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3501 by Timish relating to required human trafficking prevention training and disclosure of certain information about human trafficking by tattoo and body piercing studios.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This will help prevent human trafficking for women or women that have been brought out of human trafficking, to recognize signs of branding and tattoos on their bodies, as well as body piercing. I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3501. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Timish voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes, 8 nays. HB 3501 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1839. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1839 by Hinojosa, relating to the offense of selling or purchasing shark fins or products containing shark fin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this will address the concerns by game wardens and local prosecutors who have run into difficulty to prosecute shark fin-related crimes. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1839. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morrison voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 131 ayes, 2 nays. HB 1839 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1577. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1577 by Menendez, relating to the Texas Real Estate Research Center, the Real Estate Research Advisory Committee, the Texas Real Estate Commission, and the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill revises outdated terms and procedures at the TREC. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1577. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1577 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1373. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1373 by Hughes, relating to decedents' estates and the delivery of certain notices or other communications in connection with those estates or multiple party accounts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is bills about descendants' estates and delivery of certain notices. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1373. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes, 4 nays. SB 1373 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 294. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 294 by Johnson, relating to the use of medication designated for treatment of respiratory distress on public or private school campuses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Click.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a corrective amendment that ensures that personnel can act without delay in these life-saving situations. Is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Click sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Click to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 294. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 135 ayes, 0 nays. SB 294 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 818. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 818 by Alvarado, relating to the disposition of real property interests by navigation districts and port authorities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 818 helps navigation districts and port authorities more efficiently dispose of their real property or interest in real property. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 818. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 125 ayes, 11 nays. SB 1500 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 699. The clerk will read the bill. Senate Bill 818 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1500. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1500 by Nichols relating to powers and duties of navigation districts and the boards of trustees of municipal port authorities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a bill from the Texas Port Association, which allows for administrative changes, which would provide more efficiency and cost effectiveness. And it also has a comprehensive study to be done by the A&M Transportation Institute, which will look at port expenditures, port fees, the growth of ports, and the potential future growth of our ports. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1500. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 3 nays, SB 1500 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 699. The clerk read the bill.
SB 699 by Eckhart relating to the continuation of a healthcare provider participation program by a certain hospital district.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is my local LPPF plan. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 699. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes, 56 nays, SB 699 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1322. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1322 by Menendez relating to the purchase and sale of untaged distilled spirits by the holder of a package store permit or local distiller's permit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
It's all right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows vintage distilled spirits to remain in Texas for the enjoyment by Texans. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1322. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 3 nays, SB 1322 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 271. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 271 by Johnson relating to state agency and local government security incident procedures.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 271 will give Texas the ability to track patterns of cyber attacks on our state and help determine if other Texas entities are at risk. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 271. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 2 nays, SB 271 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1484. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1484 by Creighton relating to a border operations training program for peace officers employed by local law enforcement agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill yesterday that we passed about the border operations training
Mr.
program.
Speaker,
Ms. Ortega, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. In your bill, how is the criminal activity defined?
How is the criminal activity defined?
Yes, sir.
Can you point me to where you're asking the question?
It's in the content of your bill. I'm sorry, I didn't bring the bill with me.
Criminal activity occurring along the Texas-Mexico border.
But how do you define criminal activity? Is there a place that it's defined within the bill itself?
The bill is about a training program for peace officers. It's not defining anything in the criminal or penal code.
Well, I understand that, but it deals with the training for criminal activity. So let me ask it this way. Will the definition of criminal activity come from existing statute?
I would assume so.
Thank you. Do you agree that civil violations of immigration laws are not considered criminal activity?
That's not what my bill's about.
Well, do you agree with that, though, that technically violations, civil violations, I'm not talking about any kind of criminal violations of immigration laws, are they considered criminal activity or are they not considered criminal activity since it's civil?
Ms. Ortega, your remarks are not about my bill.
Well, again, it goes into training with regard to criminal activity. That's why I'm asking these questions, and I want to make sure that I understand the bill as well as others.
As defined by state law and interpreted by the Department of Public Safety and TCOL.
Okay. Has there been, and this is something that I covered with you yesterday, Has there been any discussions with any federal agencies about a potential partnership under this bill?
No.
All right. And what are the methods for identifying northbound, southbound, and interstate criminal activity associated with drug trafficking, trafficking of persons, and other organized criminal activity? How are they going to be identified through training or do you
As
know?
identified by the current training practices of the Department of Public Safety of Texas.
Okay, so that's something that's going to be left open? Or what? There is a specific definition
It's
already
something
for
that
that?
our state troopers already do today.
Okay, and it's defined somehow in their policies?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering the questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Holland, are you familiar with 287G programs?
Could you repeat the question? I didn't hear you.
Are you familiar with 287G programs? 287G that where local law enforcement works with ICE?
I'm not familiar with those programs, sir.
Well, those programs allow the state and local law enforcement to work together. They train together. So back to the question that Ms. Ortega asked, Representative Ortega asked. So is there no coordination in terms of even the training of your bill with CBP or any other federal agency?
Mr. Romero, this bill is about an 8-hour refresher course on Texas-Mexico border peace officer response. It's not about anything other than providing our local law enforcement agencies and sheriff's departments an additional tool in their toolbox to train and to help with policies and procedures as consistent with Department of Public Safety training.
Yeah, understand. But since we're talking about the Texas-Mexico border, where is it your understanding that it's only the federal government's responsibility to enforce the crossing of our border?
Yes, it is the federal government's responsibility to defend our southern borders, which affect all Texans, all 30 million Texans, regardless of where they live in the state, what county they reside. But once crime happens on our side, it is our responsibility to make sure that we are providing the tools and resources to all law enforcement to handle that in the manner in which would be consistent with.
And what type of crime would you be describing?
All crime.
So could you give me an example of what, if they're fighting crime, what type of crime do you think that our law enforcement officers are going to be trained in to combat? And the reason for that question, if you can, well, go ahead and answer that first, sir.
The answer to your question is drug trafficking, human trafficking, criminal activity, theft.
So you're talking about once we're on the Texas side, so you're talking about well into the state, or you're talking about along the Texas border?
All throughout the state. The Texas-Mexico border, it happens to be in the southern part of our state, but all crime, all encroachment on our state happens and affects even where you and I live in the North Texas area.
So this training is going to be for all law enforcement officers?
It is an optional training program for any local or sheriff's department that would like to participate in an 8-hour refresher course on border operations training so that they can be consistent with what we already teach our Department of Public Safety officers.
So you went back to border operations, so that's why I'm getting at in that question. Since it's a federal responsibility to enforce our border laws, but yet there's no coordination with the federal government, CBP, and so on, since it's currently their role along the border. So it's not your intent for them to be acting as Border Patrol officers.
No.
Is that correct? Okay. And I also asked about 287G as an example of the type of coordination that happens between the feds. One of the things that you had here, another is northbound, southbound, interstate criminal activity. In that training, is there, you specifically talked about drug trafficking, trafficking of persons. Will there be any training in trafficking of firearms?
The Department of Public Safety, in their current training practices for troopers and other law enforcement, would be helping with local agencies on identification of trafficking. It would be all criminal activity, Representative Romero.
Yeah, you specifically pointed out drug trafficking and trafficking of persons, and I think that when we talk about the cartels and them being armed, that would be something that we would consider. Do you feel that's important? That we should also, in training our officers, that we should train them and
On
understand?
the first page of the bill, criminal activity occurring along the Texas-Mexico border, including drug trafficking, trafficking of persons, and other activity carried out by cartels, transnational gangs, and other groups engaged in organized criminal activity. It's in the bill.
How would I actually don't know the term for folks that sell guns. What if we have somebody moving guns from the U.S. into Mexico to feed those into the hands of the cartels? Is that something that we should be concerned with as well?
I think we're very concerned about that.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Holland. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Romero. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1484. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 96,040 nays, SB 1484 is finally passed. The chair lays out on the second reading, HB 3544. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3544 by Moody relating to payment of certain court costs associated with interpreters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3544 until Monday at 10 a.m.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Would you please have the conversation between Representative Holland, Chairman Holland, myself, and Ms. Ortega reduced to right and placed in the journal?
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Ms. Campos because of appointments in the district. The motion of Mr. Landgraf. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Is Mr. Meyer on the floor of the House? Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3709. The Senate companions over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading, SB 1013. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1013 by Hughes relating to the franchise and insurance premium tax credit for the certified rehabilitation of certified historic structures.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply transfers the historic tax credit from Chapter 171 to a new chapter, Chapter 172, with no other substantive changes in case we ever get around to repealing the franchise tax. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1013. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1013 is passed the third reading. Ms. Noble moved lay House Bill 3709 on the table, subject to call to objection. Chair has done so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HCR 107. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading. SCR 44. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 44 by Hunter, granting Aransas County permission to sue Regional Pool Alliance and waiving Regional Pool Alliance's governmental immunity with respect to claims by Aransas County for and in connection with covered losses sustained from Hurricane Harvey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the regular permission to sue, and it involves a governmental entity. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Hunter moves to lay Constitutional Resolution 107 on the table, subject to call to objection. Chair has done so ordered.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2198. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 491. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 491 by Hughes, relating to building height restrictions in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 491.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Guerin, for what purpose?
I'd like to call a point of order against further consideration of this bill on the grounds that it violates Rule 4, Section 32 of the House Rules, since the bill analysis is materially and substantially misleading.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Guerin. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Burns for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Senate Bill 491 to the Committee on Land and Resource Management.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Representative Hefner moves to lay House Bill 2198 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Cole for recognition.
Yes, I'd like to recognize and acknowledge the members of the firefighters from Travis ESD 2, Travis ESD 8, and ESD 10. Will you please stand?
Chair recognizes Representative Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 2:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 2:30 in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome some guests to the gallery today. We got Texas Boy Scouts of America Troop 120 right up here. Please stand up and be recognized. And we got the leaders Mario Bustos, Ron Thomas, Aaron Bell, and Dee Garcia. Welcome to your Texas House. Thanks for coming today.
The chair lays out House Bill 3657 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3657 by Anchia, relating to notaries public creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Representative Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. On your desks, you'll see a letter of support from the Texas Land Title Association and a number of different counties that have provided feedback on this. Throughout the state, hundreds of lands and homes are stolen by deed fraud. And these offenses usually occur when a person forges an owner's signature and files a fraudulent deed. In Dallas County alone, about 50 to 60 properties are reported stolen by deed fraud every year. And currently, and I've been working with the White Collar Crime Unit, Dallas District Attorney's Office is investigating over 20 cases of deed fraud. So what we're trying to do is create a system whereby notaries public, oftentimes the most important, but admittedly one of the weakest links in the process, is able to have some ongoing and continuing education, first when they get their license, and then on an ongoing basis from the Secretary of State's office. And I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair recognizes Representative Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, and I appreciate those members who have come to me with concepts which we've incorporated in the bill. The amendment lowers the criminal penalty from a third-degree felony to a state jail felony. If the document being notarized involves a transfer of real property, it adds an affirmative defense if the signer, grantor, or maker for whom the notarization is performed knowingly or intentionally deceives the notary public, for example, shows them a fake ID, or we mirrored language in the administrative code to make sure that these protections are consistent across the notarization space. Lastly, this amendment prescribes a maximum limit of 2 hours of training, both for when you first receive your certificate and then on an ongoing basis. Move passage, and it is acceptable to the author.
Representative Benchia sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Benchia. Representative Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Anchia. We heard this bill in our committee, and I certainly applaud your efforts to end some of the fraud that's been going on. As you know, a lot of information, and sometimes not exactly accurate information, circulates around the building, and one of which was that this was a vendor bill and the training that was prescribed would be for a vendor. So I just want to ask you a couple questions. The way I understand subsection D on page 3 of your bill, it simply says the Secretary of State will adopt rules regarding the training. There's no limiting language in here that would make it so it only applied to one vendor or even a class of vendors, and the Secretary of State could decide to do it themselves. Is that your understanding of how subsection D works?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In fact, the Secretary of State is already planning on doing this themselves, offering it online. There will be an online quiz. And so this is not a business opportunity for anybody. We've been working intimately with the Secretary of State's office to make sure that they're going to do this in-house.
And with the amendment that you just took on the bill, the amount of time is lowered to the point where a notary wouldn't necessarily have to leave work. They could do it over their lunch hour and make sure they catch up on the latest training. Is that correct?
Precisely.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
I appreciate you. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3657. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3657 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays House Bill 3843. The Chair lays out House Bill 3843 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3843 by Wilson, relating to a study and report by the Texas Department of Transportation regarding toll project entities.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment.
Mr. Wilson, you have to explain the bill. Okay, sure.
Toll studies. Pardon me, members, I'm being corrected right now, so let me go ahead and walk you what this bill is. Basically, this is a toll comparison study, and I'm very excited that with NTTA and Ms. Davis in helping me with this, it'll compare all tolls.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the amendment.
Thank you. What the amendments are, it basically replaces TxDOT with the Comptroller's Office. It looks at case escalation comparisons across the tolls within the study, and it moves the deadline to May 1st, 2024, so it can be a more thorough look. Move adoption.
Representative Wilson sent an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Wilson to close.
Thank you again, members. 3843 resolves the lack of transparent comparisons in the practices and operations of toll project entities statewide by having the Comptroller conduct a transparency study on the toll project entities. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3843. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. We love how you explain more on the back end than you do on the front end. Have all voted? There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 3843 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 2675 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2675 by Jatan, relating to the deposit of funds into court registries by the Clerk of Justice Courts.
Chair recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2675 gives justice courts clerks the authority to deposit funds awarded to minors into the court registry until they can legally be dispersed. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2675. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? So Representative Chatan voting aye. There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 2675 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out Senate Bill 604 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 604 by King relating to land services performed by landmen.
Chair recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 604 is a cleanup bill related to the definition of land work and the activities performed by landmen, and I believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply clarifies that the respective roles of landmen and title agents as it relates to the surface estate are clearly defined. And I believe this is acceptable to the author.
Representative Darby sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the authors. Any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading, Senate Bill 604. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 604 is passed to third reading. Representative Schofield, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the colloquy between myself and Mr. Anchia on House Bill 3657 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members hear the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 1803 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1803 by Rose relating to the eligibility of certain individuals to purchase Medicare supplement benefit plans.
Chair recognizes Representative Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to take a little bit of time just to lay out this bill because a lot of times I don't know how information gets all convoluted when we're trying to pass legislation, but many of you know in 2019 my father passed from renal failure. He had cancer, but he did die from renal failure. And 6 months of his life, I took him every day, every 3 times a week to the kidney dialysis center. And while I was there, the first time when I went, I thought that it would be a lot of older people, but what I found that there were a lot of younger people in the facility as well. There were not just older people, but there were younger people. In fact, one of them was a young soror of mine who pledged in my chapter who was only 23 years old. And so when I would speak with her and they would share their concerns with me, one of the things that they talked about was the coverage. And so when I talked to some people and this bill was given to me to consider, I jumped on it immediately. And so currently patients under 65 who qualify for Medicare due to the severity of their conditions have one plan option when it comes to Medigap. These conditions include end-stage renal disease, ALS, and other severe disabilities. Excuse me. This supplemental coverage is essential to defray the remaining costs of their care and prevent them from having to rely on Medicaid as a second payer. However, since they are limited to one plan option, they often experience high premiums and have no other choice but to rely on the state to cover their remaining costs through Medicaid. So HB 1803 will require all Medigap plans to be offered to every Medicare beneficiary, including those under 65. Now, I understand people are saying these people up under 65, but they have health issues. So it's not just that you're covering just healthy people. These are people who actually have health issues. So this requirement would spread the risk pool amongst the plans and keep premiums in check
for all enrollees. 16 other states have already enacted similar legislation without seeing any significant changes in the Medigap premium growth. And so, while I believe this is empowering patients to make their own choices and cutting Medicaid costs for the state is enough reason for us to pass this legislation, there is one other significant reason I want to highlight. For patients with end-stage renal disease, the only hope to live longer than a handful of years is a kidney transplant. However, transplants are preciously scarce or a scarce resource that requires consistent, ongoing medical care, and many transplant centers require secondary insurance to ensure the patient receiving the kidney will be able to pay for the necessary care. By not making Medigap plans affordable for patients with end-stage renal disease, we are creating an environment which Texans are less likely to receive a life-saving transplant compared to the citizens of the 16 other states with these protections. And I do have one amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rose.
Chair recognizes Representative Rose to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses a couple of concerns raised by the Texas Department of Insurance. The amendment moves the date these changes take effect on July the 1st, 2024, to give the department more time to prepare and create a second open enrollment period to allow currently enrolled beneficiaries the ability to shop for the plan of their choice. I move adoption.
Representative Rose sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
Chair recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is what it does is it actually removes the price cap for those under 65. Currently, there is a price cap within the bill. Even though these new patients would dramatically increase the cost, there would be a price cap in place that would allow everyone to pay the same cost across the system. So in turn, what I believe that would do is that would raise the cost on our senior citizens, those over 65. And so I filed this amendment to remove that in hopes that we could save our seniors from those increased costs. I don't believe that it's acceptable to the author, but I would appreciate your support for this amendment and move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Rose to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does not expand eligibility in any way. Eligibility is based on federal law. Other states have passed this similar legislation, as I stated earlier, without seeing any premium increases as a result. Expanding access to this type of Medigap plan to the pool under 65 population helps spread the risk of a larger pool. People who wouldn't be able to afford Medigap plan because this amendment would be a burden on the state's Medicaid system. And I would like to say too, I don't think it's one person in this room know that I would pass a bill that would increase costs on seniors. The majority of my district is seniors. If this bill was detrimental to seniors, I promise you, Tony and Michelle Diane Rose would not have this bill. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I ask everyone to vote no on this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Patterson to close on the amendment.
Certainly appreciate Representative Rose's work on this issue, and we are not excluding anyone from this plan. Everyone that qualifies for the plan would remain with the ability to qualify for the plan, but those costs would not shift to those over 65 if this amendment passes. So I'd ask you to vote and move adoption.
Representative Patterson sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Rose voting no and Representative Patterson voting aye. Show Representative Smith voting aye. Have all voted? There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, the amendment is adopted.
Thank you for getting the bill, Mr.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1803? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Rose to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, Mr. Patterson just gutted the bill, so move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1803. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1803 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3548. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 840. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 840 by West relating to increasing the criminal penalty for assault of certain hospital personnel.
Chair recognizes Representative Vanchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Last October, two healthcare workers, Jacqueline Amapukua, a social worker, and Katie Annette Flowers, a nurse, were shot while working at Methodist Medical Center. In fact, it's happening across the state. According to the American Hospital Association, the healthcare field has experienced a large increase in workplace violence. Almost 68% of registered nurses have experienced physical violence or verbal abuse. Yet there are no heightened penalties to protect these healthcare workers like we have for healthcare workers at public hospitals. So they may be at Methodist Hospital in your district or a Christus Hospital. They may be private, nonprofit, religiously affiliated. And there's really no reason that a healthcare worker at Parkland Hospital, if assaulted, should carry any less penalty than a healthcare worker at a private hospital. They're both fulfilling a very important public mission. So what this bill does is it ensures that healthcare workers in private nonprofit hospitals receive the same protections. And I believe there's an amendment by Dr. Lalani, which is acceptable.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment and is acceptable to the author and the sponsor. All this amendment does is to expand the provision of the bill so that it applies to all the property owned or leased by the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Dr. Lalani sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Vanchia.
Thank you. In its prior form, the bill only applied to within the hospital. Dr. Delani's amendment expanded it to the hospital grounds because of a nurse who's on her way to her car and she is assaulted, she should have the same protections, or he's assaulted, they should have the same protections on the entirety of the hospital campus. So with that, members, I appreciate your time today and move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading, Senate Bill 840. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 840 is passed to third reading. Representative Vanchia moves to lay House Bill 3548 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 5277 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5277 by Busey relating to public access to criminal proceedings.
The chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5277 requires that proceedings in front of a magistrate following an arrest known as magistration be accessible to the public. I want to thank my joint authors, Chairman Moody and Kane, and I want to thank Representative Spiller for working with me. We have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a perfecting amendment to clarify that a proceeding located within a secured facility without the physical capability of in-person access may also be live streamed or broadcast over video conference.
Representative Busey sends up the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Spiller.
Chair recognizes Representative Spiller to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses some cost concerns relative to rural counties. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I greatly appreciate Representative Busey working with me on this issue. I move adoption.
Representative Spiller sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Busey to close.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5277. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Busey voting aye. Representative Click voting aye. Show Representative Spiller voting aye. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes and 18 nays, House Bill 5277 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3162. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3162 by Click, relating to advanced directives and healthcare treatment decisions made by or on behalf of patients, including a review of those directives and decisions.
Chair recognizes Representative Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a heavily negotiated bill regarding the Texas Advanced Directives Act. Mr. Speaker, I do have a corrective amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Click.
Chair recognizes Representative Click to explain the amendment.
Members, this is my agreed to floor amendment 1 that makes the bill fully agreed to bill. It corrects a legislative council drafting error in the committee substitute. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Click sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Click to close.
Members, this has been a project of about 20 years that I've been working on. Several of my colleagues, Representative Franks, Representative Bonin, and others have worked on this issue during our time in the legislature, but we now have been working since August and have an agreed to bill, and I am proud to
Mr.
move.
Speaker.
Representative Smith, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Certainly.
She yields.
I want to make sure that everybody here in the hubbub of this afternoon is listening to what you said just a moment ago. And how long have you personally been working on this particular issue and that's manifested in this bill?
20 years before I was a member, I was coming down to testify for reforms on this issue.
Well, I just want to say congratulations. Anticipate it's going to pass, and thank you so much for all your work and dedication on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3162. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3162 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4078. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4078 by Guerin, relating to motor vehicle franchise dealers and the reimbursement of motor vehicle franchise dealers by manufacturers and distributors for warranty, recall, and preparation and delivery work.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hefner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee's substitute to House Bill 4078 under Rule 4, Section 32C2 on the grounds that the bill analysis is inaccurate because it fails to adequately analyze the bill's provisions.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Hefner. Members, the point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Representative Guerin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to further postpone consideration of House Bill 4078 until October 22nd at 4 a.m. 2023.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Happy birthday, Representative Guerin, on you. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3545. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3545 by Moody relating to civil liability arising from a firearm hold agreement.
The chair recognizes Representative Turner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3545 until Monday at 10 a.m.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chairs, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4557. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4557 by Darby relating to liability for capturing and storing carbon dioxide.
The chair recognizes Representative Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4557 until 3 p.m. today.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chairs, none. The motion is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Wu because of important business in his district. On the motion of Representative Turner. Is there objection? Chairs, none.
Chair lays out on second reading HB 3443. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3443 by Canales relating to adding a designation on a person's driver's license or commercial driver's license indicating that the person is licensed to carry a handgun.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the Texas has a license to carry, and driver's licenses are required to carry two separate cards with them, even though the Texas Department of Public Safety issues both of these licenses. This bill would simply allow Texans with an LTC to opt in to have their proof of their LTC licensure added to their driver's license or commercial driver's license. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3443. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3443 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3026. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3026 by Oliverson relating to the administration of a prescription drug manufacturer or third-party prescription assistance program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3026 converts the Texas CARES Act that we passed last session, House Bill 18, into a program which we predict will save uninsured Texans at close to $1 billion every biennium on prescription drug costs by helping them locate the lowest cost prescription based on discount programs that are already available. It's much more cost effective than what we had originally proposed. It's already working in states like Kentucky, and I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is, I think, going to be acceptable to the author. It's just clarifying language about the ability to give medications that are connected with abortion during complications of pregnancies, and it is aligned with the legislation that was passed last session, so I move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the
move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3026. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? There being 114 ayes, 12 nays, HB 3026 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3771. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3771 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to the creation of the Employer Child Care Contribution Partnership Program administered by the Texas Workforce Commission, authorizing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, child care in Texas has become prohibitively expensive for working families, requiring them to choose between child care and providing for their families. The state has mechanisms in place for child care assistance, but they are unable to keep up with the rising demand for child care in this state. House Bill 3771 would establish a voluntary partnership program administered by the Texas Workforce Commission between the state, private employers, and employees to assist employees with child care costs. The matching funds from the state would be provided on a sliding scale based on the employee's median income, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment instructs the Workforce Commission to create a stakeholder work group when developing the rules for this program, and I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to close on the bill.
Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3771. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 84 ayes, 47 nays, HB 3771 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4419. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4419 by Goldman, relating to the promotion of the film and television production industry in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 4419 under Rule 4, Section 32C2 on the grounds the bill analysis is misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4419 encourages media production development in the film industry workforce in Texas to bring economic development and jobs to the state. I have a couple amendments.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goldman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bulk of these edits are a result of the stakeholder comments to clarify the substitute to fit the film production model, longer periods of time, and utilizing several sites for productions. It is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Goldman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
I raise an additional point of order on this bill according to Rule 4, Section 41, Rule 2, Section 2. Grounds that the committee sub is not germane. Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 41, should be returned to committee.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for House Bill 4419 under Rule 4, Section 40, and Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane to the original bill. The original bill made extensive changes to current law to provide financial incentives to encourage film and television production in this state, including, among other things, amendments to the Major Events Reimbursement Program as a source of funding for tax rebates. The substitute creates additional funding programs for additional tax rebates, and Mr. Tinderholt argues that their inclusion renders a substitute not germane. The analysis of a substitute's germaneness is not a mechanical one. A committee substitute may take a different approach than that of the original, so long as each of the elements of the committee substitute fall within the subject of the original bill. That is precisely the case here. The substitute is germane. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goldman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This clarifies physical note. It's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Goldman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adopted amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4419. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting nay. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. There being 110 ayes, 23 nays, HB 4419 is passed to engrossment. Is Mr. Darby on the floor of the House? The chair lays out House Bill 4557 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4557 by Darby relating to liability for capturing and storing carbon dioxide.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4557 until 4 o'clock p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Tinderholt because of important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Bell of Montgomery. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5005. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5005 by Cook relating to the disclosure under the public information law of a motor vehicle license plate number captured in a video recording maintained by a law enforcement agency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 5005 amends the Government and Transportation Code to clarify that the license plates captured in the public domain on roadways are not required to be redacted under the Public Information Act, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5005. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 5005 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2684. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2684 by Burns relating to the issuance of oversized or overweight permits for vehicles transporting agricultural commodities during or preceding a disaster.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2684 allows a permit to be issued to waive weight requirements for vehicles that are being used to deliver ag products during a declared state disaster. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2684. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2684 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3039. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3039 by Click relating to the dentist and dental hygienist compact authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3039 would have Texas participate in the new dentist and dental hygienist compact. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3039. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3039 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2181. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2181 by Rose, relating to the administration by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs of a homeless housing and services program for youth and young adults.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2181 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May the 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2542. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2542 by Raymond, relating to the adoption of uniform rules for hours of work for certain county employees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 2542 would allow the Webb County Commissioners Court to adopt uniform rules for hours of work in Webb County. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2542. All those, this is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all voted? There being 117 ayes, 7 nays, HB 2542 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2779. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2779 by Leach, relating to the compensation of a district judge and the associated retirement benefits of certain other elected state officials.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2779 for Mr. Leach until 8 a.m. Monday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1775. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1775 by Thompson of Brazoria, relating to the election of board members of certain emergency services districts.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1775 until Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1696. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1696 by Buckley, relating to the relationship between managed care plans and optometrists, therapeutic optometrists, and ophthalmologists.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1696 seeks to ensure that Texans will continue to have access to high-quality eye care from their optometrists and that independent optometry practices can continue to thrive in our communities, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1696. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 124 ayes, 4 nays, HB 1696 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1460. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1460 by Guillen, relating to axle weight limitations for certain vehicles transporting aggregates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1460 simply allows commercial trucks that transport shifting loads of 15% weight tolerance on single and tandem axle weight limits, and we do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a corrective amendment to fix an oversight in the language and to ensure that this applies to the intended roadways. Move passage.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1460. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1460 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1457. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1457 by Rosenthal, relating to required military-informed care or military cultural competency training for certain personnel or entities that provide mental health services to veterans or veterans' families before award of state agency grant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1457 addresses the need for military cultural competency training for organizations that get awarded grants for providing mental health services to veterans. The training is already paid for. It's provided by Veterans Administration, Texas Commission for Veterans, and other institutions like Texas A&M. We just want, if they're going to use our dollars to train veterans, we want to make sure that those veterans get the very highest standard of care that we can give them. Our veterans are a special and cherished group with different experiences than ordinary citizens. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1457. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1457 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2302. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2302 by A. Johnston of Harris relating to certain requirements for the operational component of a local workforce development board's local plan.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnston of Harris to explain the bill.
This bill will encourage local workforce boards to develop strategic and transparent plans for youth between the ages of 16 to 24 for workforce opportunities. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2302. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 97 ayes, 23 nays, HB 2302 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1977. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1977 by Morales Shaw relating to the creation of a pretrial intervention program for certain youth offenders, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. This simply makes a uniform program to give youth a second chance. I want to thank Madam Chairwoman Thompson, first of all, and then my JAs, Leach, Kane, Moody, and Plessa. I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales Shaw.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply ensures that there's no unfunded mandate. I move it.
Ms. Morales Shaw sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw to close on the bill.
I close, move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1977. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1977 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2553. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2553 by Stuckey relating to the authority of a physical therapist to treat a patient without a referral.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2553 seeks to add 5 more business days to the time period when any Texan could go to a physical therapist without needing a referral from their doctor.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Allison, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield
Yes,
for
I'll
questions?
yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir. Yield for questions.
Thank you, Representative Stuckey. Are you aware of the 2019 agreement signed between the physical therapists and physicians regarding the number of days of treatment by a physical therapist without a referral by a physician?
The agreement in 2019 between doctors of physical therapy and human doctors, is that what you're asking? I was made aware of it after I filed and passed this bill because of a constituent and a doctor of physical therapy in my new district. Yes. Okay. I was made aware of it later.
This bill would effectively rescind or do away with that agreement, wouldn't it?
To my knowledge, no, it doesn't. It just adds 5 days instead of 15 days that they have currently. It would allow them to have 20 days. And by the way, there's 41 other states that have 30-plus days that physical therapists can see their clients before they have to drive somewhere, especially if they live in a rural area like Wise County, where they may have to drive an hour to get a referral letter back from a medical doctor and go back and see their physical therapist.
But as far as the agreement, the 2019 agreement that was heavily negotiated, this bill would change that agreement. It would increase the days for one, correct?
I'm unaware of that agreement. In fact, I met with TMA and they never really told me much about the agreement. They just said that that's what the rule was at the time. And I believe this is the right thing to do for the people of the state of Texas. This has nothing to do with the scope of practice change. As a veterinarian, I have a hard time with changing scope of practice. This only has to do with access. Okay. Access of people that have soft tissue injuries like tendinitis that need help from a physical therapist. And by the way, there have been 0 complaints in the last 4 years since the doctors of physical therapy who are trained in differential diagnosis and medications and also on how to do x-rays and MRI. They know when they need to refer. So there have been 0 complaints in the last 4 years.
Okay, but still, as far as the agreement, that's all I'm asking about, is just the agreement that has changed. The agreement from 2019 was embedded into the occupations code and provided the number of days requiring before there had to be a referral, 1. And 2, it distinguished between the different training requirements or training provisions for physical therapists, correct?
To my knowledge, after the fact, yes, but again, this is not about what the agreement was between the TMA and between physical therapists. This is about what's right for the people of the great state of Texas.
Well, but I'm just asking you about the agreement and
Yes, sir.
what's in the occupation code that this bill asks to rescind and change. The agreement and the occupation code currently provides for different categories. 10 days for a certain category of physical therapists, 15 days if they have more training, correct?
Yes, it currently says 10 days and 15 days, but in 41 states, it's 30-plus days.
Okay.
20 states, they have no requirement at all. So this may rescind that, but yes, this bill very
I'm just
well
asking you
may do
about
that.
Texas, what the Texas
It's up to
occupation code
the will
provides.
of the House, sir.
Okay. And the bill asks to change that and make it across the board, regardless of training requirements, to 20 days, correct?
Correct. That's all they're asking is to make it 20 days, which is 20 business days, which would be equivalent to 28 work days, a calendar.
All right. A physical therapist cannot make a medical diagnosis, can he or she?
I'm sorry?
A physical therapist cannot make a medical diagnosis, can he or she?
That is correct.
Okay.
Nor
And a
can they-
physical therapist cannot take or interpret x-rays, correct?
No, sir, they cannot. And most medical doctors are going to refer an X-ray to a radiologist and a specialist to do that also.
Okay. And Medicare, for example, will not accept, will not pay for physical therapy without a referral, will they?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Private insurance won't pay for physical therapy without a referral.
Well, they're able to do physical therapy up to 3 weeks already, so I'm surprised if that is the case, but I'm not aware.
Okay. You talked about access a moment ago, but the bill specifically states at the start it relates to the treatment of a patient by a physical therapist without a referral, correct?
Correct. A physical therapist in 41 states can treat a patient up to 30 days without referring to a medical doctor, and that's what this bill is asking, to move it from 15 to 20 business days, which would be equivalent to the 41 different states.
15
Okay.
to 20 business days, so
Yes.
almost a month without a referral.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, I want you to be aware that there are no complaints in the last
Okay.
4 years against physical therapists.
Thank you, Ms. Stuckey. Appreciate it.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration. House Bill 2553. Under Rule 4, Section 32C, the bill analysis is
Figured that was coming.
Please bring your point of order down front. Happy Saturday, Mr. Turner. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Again, members, all this does is change it from 15 business days to 20 business days for doctors of physical therapy and physical therapists to see patients. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 2553. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2553 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4181. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4181 by Munoz Jr. relating to exemption from ad valorem taxation of the residence homestead of the surviving spouse, a military service member who was killed or fatally injured on line of duty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this includes surviving spouses of dual status military technicians for property tax exemption. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 4181. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Munoz voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There have been 126 ayes, 7 nays. HB 4181 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3485. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3845 by Bella Kaufman relating to contractors, subcontractors' right to elect not to proceed with additional work on their contract.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3485 protects customers and subcontractors when owners fail to issue formal change orders and the directives exceed 10% of the original contract value by amending Chapter 28 of the Property Code and Chapter 2251 of the Government Code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 3485. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3485 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3599. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3599 by theory relating to exemption from the motor vehicle taxes, foreign registration fees for motor vehicles owned by a certain nonprofit food bank.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill from the Ways and Means Committee. HB 3599 provides an exemption from certain motor fuel taxes and fees for nonprofit food bank trucks. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment HB 3599. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 119 ayes and 2 nays. HB 3599 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2541. The clerk will read the bill.
541 by Garcia relating to policies and procedures regarding children police by Department of Family and Predicate Services in a resident treatment center program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2541 until Tuesday, May 9th at 10 a.m.
Members have heard the motion. To objection, chair has none so ordered. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 294 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Howard, Oliverson, and Plesa.
Members have heard the motion. To objection, chair has none so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Orr for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to recognize the Region 3 2A state qualifying lady golfers from Leon High School in Leon County, Texas. Join me in welcoming Mary O'Neill, Emily Bowden, Riley Henderson, and regional champion Haley Yancey.
The following bills and resolution on the first reading and referral to committee without objection. The chair will read the Senate bills by bill number and author only.
SB 142 by Menendez, State Affairs. SB 232 by Hinojosa to State Affairs. SB 258 by Eckhart to State Affairs. SB 365 by Zaffarino to State Affairs. SB 389 by Hall to State Affairs. SB 418 by Paxton to Public Education. SB 436 by Middleton to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 496 by Zaffarino to Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 518 by Colcourse to Higher Education. SB 945 by Colcourse to Public Health. SB 997 by West to Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1011 by Parker to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1024 by Colcourse to State Affairs. SB 1029 by Hall to State Affairs. SB 1031 by Hall to Youth Health and Safety Select. SB 1056 by Hinojosa to Natural Resources. SB 1072 by Hughes to Public Education. SB 1166 by Birdwell to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1257 by Creighton to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1266 by Parker to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1267 by Parker to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1327 by Blanco to Human Services. SB 1404 by Parker to State Affairs. SB 1474 by Betancourt to Public Education. SB 1519 by King to State Affairs. SB 1525 by Blanco to State Affairs. SB 1567 by Campbell to Public Education. SB 1624 by Zaffarini to Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1664 by West to Public Education. SB 1712 by Perry to Business and Industry. SB 1781 by Hughes to Public Education. SB 1802 by Springer to Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1814 by Betancourt to Ways and Means. SB 1853 by Colcourse to Human Services. SB 1896 by Birdwell to County Affairs. SB 1966 by Alvarado to Healthcare Reform Select. SB 1979 by Hughes to Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1993 by Middleton to Elections. SB 2016 by Zaffarini to Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2064 by Betancourt to Public Health. SB 2120 by Zaffarini to Juvenile Justice and Family Issues. SB 2142 by Parker to State Affairs. SB 2146 by Parker to State Affairs. SB 2212 by Blanco to Public Health. SB 2220 by Menendez to Ways and Means. SB 2250 by Zaffarini to Business and Industry. SB 2304 by McGlaw-Mantilla to Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2403 by Springer to Public Education. SB 2460 by Hall to State Affairs. SB 2476 by Zaffarini to Insurance. SB 2527 by Campbell to Public Health. SB 2530 by Hughes to State Affairs. SB 2593 by Springer to Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2601 by Hinojosa to Transportation. SCR 46 by Flores to Culture, Recreation, and Tourism.
Mr. Guerin moves the House stand adjourned till 10 a.m. Monday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.